Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is approaching the top of the hour, and I want to show you a live look from our High 5 camera in downtown Memphis, where it is 70 degrees. The sun is shining brightly on this Wednesday morning. You take a look from our Midtown High 5 camera, you certainly see that, just sunshine blanketing the Mid-South and Memphis. It's going to be a warm one today with highs in the mid to upper 80s. We approached 90 degrees yesterday. Lots of humidity out there as well. We're going to be talking more about the forecast with meteorologist Spencer Denton coming up later this hour. And I also want to get to some of the stories that we are following at this hour. First off, I want to talk about the Memphis Grizzlies. Yes, it's the off season, but certainly they are always in the news here. And we want to tell you about two of the Grizzlies that made the NBA's list for best defensive players so far this year. We're talking about Jaren Jackson Jr. and Dillon Brooks. So Jaren Jackson Jr. made the Defensive Player of the Year. He was the Defensive Player of the Year he's made the defense first team for All NBA. And then Dillon Brooks, who's no longer with the Grizzlies, he made the second team, which also includes Draymond Green in Golden State and then the Celtics' Darren White. Also want to let you know about the YMCA working to raise $18 million to build a new full-service state-of-the-art facility in North Mississippi. So this facility is going to be north of I-269 off McInvale Road in Hernando. It would include an indoor swimming pool, can be used for all kinds of events, including competitive swimming. It will also be used as an outdoor pool and splash pad. There's going to be facilities there on campus for that. There's also going to be a community kitchen, a wellness center, group exercise studios. Again, this is in Hernando, Mississippi. $18 million raised to build this facility there. The Maddox Foundation will match every dollar raised up to $7.5 million. And are you looking for some fun this summer? Memphis tradition dating back to 1966 is back. We're talking about the Malco Summer Drive-In. The Drive-In Theater, of course, located on Summer Avenue. For so many Memphians and Mid-Southerners, they have great memories going into the drive-thru. It is open 7 days a week. It's open 1 hour before the movie starts, so make sure you load up and enjoy some fun and some movies under the stars.
Amanda Hansen back here at the Action News 5 digital desk. And this morning we want to talk about shingles. A lot of times I think people believe that this happens in older people, but if you didn't know, it can happen in younger people too. And so joining us now to talk more about this is Dr. Cyrilyn Walters with Regional One Health. Good morning, doctor. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be talking with you because I think this is such an interesting topic. And one reason why, my sister, she's in her early 30s, recently had the shingles. And she was like, I had no idea at this age that I could get that sort of thing. So I felt like this is such a great topic to talk about a little bit more. So I guess first off, let's just talk about what shingles is.
Okay, so shingles is actually what we refer to as herpes zoster. And so this is an infection that you can get from having a prior infection with chickenpox. It comes from the same virus. And so when you had chickenpox, that virus remained in your body, but it remained dormant or inactive. And for various reasons later in life, then you reactivate that virus and it causes shingles, which is a rash similar to chickenpox, but it's in one area of your body on one side that causes the same blistering, rash, and burning that you may have when you had chickenpox in the past.
Are there things that can trigger shingles in individuals, such as stress, something like that?
It's a theory that stress may induce shingles. One of the things that we do know is that shingles reactivate when your body's immune system is at its lowest. And that's why we tend to hear, you don't get shingles until you're older, because when you're a young child or when you're an older adult or past the age of 65, your immune system starts to weaken. And so now that we're seeing it in people that are under the age of 50, there is some concerns about, multifactorially, whether we have younger people that are sicker, and so they have some reduced immune system or other stressors that cause your immune system to be lower at that time, including COVID that we just went through, the pandemic.
That's a good point with COVID. Who's most at risk, though? We've kind of touched on, a lot of times people see this in older people. Are those the ones that are most at risk?
So those and anyone who has a weakened immune system. So about 1 in 3 of us will get shingles in our lifetime. And the ones who tend to be the most at risk are people who are over 50. And that's why the vaccines are recommended for that age group. And then anyone that has any type of immunity or weakened immunity. So from various diseases, like say HIV, if that was uncontrolled, children that have, immune disorders, or even adults with cancers and things like that, that may have weakened immunity.
It makes sense. Thank goodness there's the chickenpox shot that's now available. They didn't have that when I was a kid, and I remember my mom would take me around kids that had the chickenpox so I would get it at a young age. So I guess let's talk about some of the signs, symptoms that people need to look out for, and maybe would alert them that maybe this is what they have.
So the first thing that people tend to feel is like a burning, almost like an internal itch in an area of their body. It can be the trunk of your body. It can be on an arm, a leg, or a face. And so that's the first thing you started feeling without seeing the rash. About 5 to 7 days into that is when you start seeing kind of the fluid-filled rash that we come so comfortable with for chickenpox. And, of course, chickenpox is not as common. So there may be some people who've never actually seen the blistering rash, but it then blisters up in that same area, one side of your body, and over time, then that crusts over like you would have with a typical chickenpox. Some people may end up having fevers associated with it or abdominal pain, but the primary problem is the rash on one side of your body.
My sister, she immediately was feeling, she felt like it was that nerve pain. I mean, she said it was horrible. She ended up, she's not one that would just go into the emergency room. She ended up in the emergency room wanting to know what was going on. And then, of course, a few days later, that's when that rash appeared and it became evident that that's what it was. But at first it was kind of like, what is this? And she's a nurse, which is interesting enough. But I know we touched on this some, but younger people, why is it, you think, that more younger people are getting shingles like this? I know we mentioned the stress. Is that kind of, and just the weakened immune system, is that kind of really what it's all about?
There's a couple different theories. And actually, if you look at the data, it shows that, as time has been going on, younger people are having higher rates of shingles than people over 50. They're starting to plateau a little bit. One of the major thought process is that if you were born before 1980, just like you talked about with your mom, everyone kind of got shingles naturally, or chickenpox, naturally. And so that chickenpox immunity they're feeling may be a little stronger than the vaccines we're now getting. And so you have kind of younger persons who, don't remember getting chickenpox or may not have the vaccine early enough. And then that causes a weaker immunity than if you had chickenpox when you were for the older population. And so because of that, they feel that, it doesn't protect you as well. And so that reactivation is quicker. There's also some theories about the chickenpox vaccine that you used to get in the past was a live vaccine. And so that may have induced kind of that reactivation.
This is just so interesting to me, just because my sister was personally affected by this. Let's talk a little bit more about shingles itself. How long does it last? How contagious is it to pass along to other people?
Okay. So like we discussed, that burning, nerve pain, itching that you may feel, that usually is about the first 5 days. And around that time, you are not contagious. You aren't contagious until you have those blistering rashes that are starting to open. And so that's usually in that first 7 to 10 days is when you start seeing that blistering rash. Over time, that crusts over. So once it's crusted, again, you're no longer contagious. And overall, the whole exposure can last for about 2 to 4 weeks in terms of getting the burn-in, getting the rash, having the rash kind of clear up and everything resolve. It can take about 2 to 4 weeks. Unlike chickenpox, it is only contagious when you touch the fluid from the blister and rash. So for most people, they can just cover up that rash and make sure that they wash their hands pretty well and not interact with it. And in that situation, you won't be contagious to others.
So does it help to get shingles early?
It does not, because there is an opportunity that you can get it a second time. Most people only get it once in their lifetime, but conceivably you get it earlier, then you have that chance of, as you get older and your immunity weakens again, to be able to get it a second time.
I was going to ask you, is it something that you can get again? And so you answered that question for me, which, I hope I don't end up with it at some point. But after experiencing what happened with my sister, I'm just like, wow. What about treatment? Does treatment depend? Does it vary from person to person on what works to help with either the nerve pain, the rash? How is it treated?
So when you do know or have, just like your sister, have a inkling that, there's a rash or something is going on, you want to get treated with antiviral medication. So you have acyclovir or valacyclovir. Those are antivirals that you want to give within the first 48 or 72 hours. And that reduces not only the duration of the rash and the symptoms, but it reduces your chance of having what we call post-herpetic neuralgia, which is a complication that you can get after shingles, where that burning and that pain in that area actually never goes away.
I've heard about that. I've actually done stories with people that have it's just debilitating and awful. What about the vaccine? We've talked about the vaccine some. Who should get it? When should they get it? Tell us more.
So for the shingles vaccine, it's recommended for patients or persons over the age of 50, and it's a 2-shot vaccine. Now, if you have a weakened immune system, or say someone that has, cancer, and we know that's going on, then your provider, your physician can order for you to get the vaccine earlier than the age of 50. It's available, however, it's an expensive vaccine. So if you want to go based on recommendations, then those would be the persons that are more likely to have that shingles is age 50 and above.
With more younger people seeing shingles, do you think eventually that might be altered a little bit on the age?
It could be, because initially it was actually 65 and above, and so they reduced it to 50. And like we talked about, the data is showing that patients or persons over 65 and 70, the number of persons getting shingles have kind of plateaued, so it's not getting any higher. But the numbers that are going up are mostly in the people in the 40 to 50 range, and of course the younger ones are starting to go up. So I think if that trend continues, you might see the recommendation continue to drop.
Well, Dr. Walters, this interview has been so interesting to me. Is there anything else that you want to mention before we let you go?
In addition to getting the shingles vaccine, which is for over 50, get your chickenpox vaccine. So that is one of the things that will help kind of reduce the chances of you having that reactivation. So they kind of go hand in hand, since they're the same virus. It's just at different presentations.
Well, good deal. Well, Dr. Walters, I really appreciate your time, and thanks so much.
Thank you.
Whether it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we are always focused on the weekend. We're focused on the weekend. We're focused on date night. We're focused on what we're going to do, who we're going to see, where we're going to eat. And that's why it's so important to talk to Jennifer Chandler, the food reporter at the Commercial Appeal. And Jennifer, I guess we're talking about date night, right?
Yes, we're definitely talking about date night places if you really wanted to impress that special someone in your life. These are the restaurants in Memphis where I would make a reservation to go. They most of them are a little bit of a splurge, but they are serve great food, great service. They're some of Memphis's top restaurants. And not only am I going to share what I think are the 10 most romantic restaurants in town, I'm going to share what my favorite table for two at each one of these restaurants is.
I love it. I love it. And I love this list. Let's hit it.
Okay, well, we're going to start with A. It's kind of in alphabetical order a little bit here. So Acre is one, and this is this restaurant in East Memphis. And I think a lot of people don't realize it's there because it's kind of tucked away off of South Perkins, kind of right where the road bends there. But look at this table. They have this table for two this was in a former home. So in the front dining room, which is the smaller dining room, there is this great fireplace, and there is this table for two in front of the fireplace, and you just feel like you're, someplace, especially in the winter, someplace very romantic. And it is my favorite spot in the restaurant Acre. The restaurant is by Wally Joe and Andrew Adams, two fabulous restaurateur chefs, and they do great food. And if you haven't been there, you need to check out Acre. And if you're going for a date night, ask for that table. But you can't go wrong with any table there. Next on my list is Andrew Michael Italian Kitchen. And Andrew Michael, again, I love these places that are in homes because I think they would create this kind of like intimate dining experience that you don't that you feel like you're kind of like this special person in someone's home. So they have these lovely dining rooms, but my favorite place is in the bar. And they have these banquettes that they created, and you can't really quite tell from this picture, but the banquettes, the sides are really, really tall. So when you sit in those banquettes, you feel like you're the only person in the restaurant. And I love that kind of nice, cozy feeling. Any seat in this restaurant is definitely romantic, and the food is great. And one of the things that I always do when we go there is I love their pastas, and I could never pick one. So we always share. So I think that a lot of the things on their menu are great for kind of like sharing for two. So definitely Andrew Michael Italian Kitchen, and ask for one of those booths in the bar. So moving on, Chez Philippe. So Chez Philippe has been, the quintessential fine dining restaurant in Memphis for decades. And they closed during COVID back in March, and they didn't reopen until this past fall. And so whereas the dining room is still that elegant, room that they have all of, you can see all of like the faux marble and all of there's no place like it anywhere else. But they're doing these tasting course menus there now, and they're really over the top. Excellent wine service. I went in December and enjoyed my meal and my experience there. I will say, if you're going to Chez Philippe, just plan on, it's a 2 to 3 hour meal. It is it's a production, but it is very romantic. And especially if you really want to splurge, I'd say get a room at the hotel afterwards. So that way you don't have to go home after enjoying your multi-course meal. And I forget how exact number it is. It may be 8 courses. It's a lot, but it's pretty fancy.
Yeah, I love Erling Jensen's. I was fortunate enough to be there last month, and it was a 7-course with wine pairings on each course. Unbelievable, modern French. You can't beat it.
Yeah, well, we'll mention Erling's now. That's on my list too. And but you don't have to. You can go for a special event where you have a tasting menu like that. But Erling's does do also a la carte, and they have my favorite table in Erling's. Is kind of, if you look in the dining room, that it is kind of, there's a tabletop table that is in front of the front windows. You can see it in this picture. You can see those windows right there. There's a two-top right there, and you just kind of feel like you're a little bit away from the fray of everything going on in the restaurant. And yeah, there's a reason Erling Jensen has been, the top chef in Memphis for, I would say he's probably going on 30 years, because I had a date night with my husband at La Tourelle when he ran La Tourelle, and we've been married 25 years, and that was before we got married. So, but Erling Jensen, that's in East Memphis. It's off of Yates. Again, it's in a former home, tucked away. It's just very, very, very charming. Going back to kind of my alphabetical order, if I can keep in it, is Coastal Fish Company. Now, this is not in a home. It is not intimate at all as far as like the site, but it has the best view, in my opinion, of any restaurant in the city of Memphis. It's sitting on the banks of Hyde Lake and Shelby Farms Park. And and if you go at sunset, look how stunning that is. Just absolutely beautiful. And one of the things that's great about this restaurant, I love any scene in this restaurant, but there's this fabulous, huge patio. And in the summertime, they have fans going. So after sunset, it really kind of cools down. But in the winter, what they do is they have put up sides that run across the front that are glass sides. It's a partition. It doesn't go all the way up, but they have heaters. So, I mean, if it gets down to 20 degrees, it's not going to be comfortable there. But if it is 50 degrees, 60 degrees, in Memphis, do not hesitate to sit outside and ask for one of the tables that is on the edge of the patio that directly over, you have the front row seat to that amazing view of a sunset. And don't be afraid to go to dinner early. I know early bird special, it's really not a special, but as far as, you know, a 5:30 or 6, just time your reservation around sunset, and it's worth going to dinner early just because it's so breathtaking. Next on my list is Dory. And Dory is back on Brookhaven Circle. It's actually right next to Andrew Michael. And Dory is a lovely restaurant by David and Amanda Krog. And it is a tasting menu, kind of like we were talking about Chez Philippe. And my favorite table in this restaurant is, you can see right here, it is in the front corner, right across the street from right across from the kitchen. So they have an open kitchen, so you can watch the chefs in action, and it is just really kind of fun. And, you know, since it's right there in the corner and has that partition, again, you feel like you're kind of intimate, and you feel like you're kind of in your own little private dining area. And those chefs are at this restaurant are so talented and so into what they do. It is so fun to watch them preparing your meal. So Dory is on my list. And I forget the exact night, but I should have written this down, but I believe it's on Wednesday nights. They do a little bit shorter. It's either Tuesday or Wednesday nights. You need to double check online. But they don't do their full course, 6-course tasting meal. They do a smaller one that's 4 courses so that you don't have to make as big a time commitment when you're eating at Dory. But it's such a fabulous dining experience. I just love it. Okay, next on my list is a Memphis classic that's been around forever, Folks Folly. You know, it's Memphis's original prime steakhouse. I mean, it's been around since the 70s, and there's nothing like those steaks that come to your table sizzling in butter. I mean, I've never had that anywhere else. But again, this is like all these other restaurants I keep saying that are like in those old original homes, but they have these private dining rooms that can seat 2 to 4. Sometimes they can seat 6, but they're kind of, they have these curtains, and they're kind of partitioned off. And it's just a really charming way to have a really intimate, romantic dinner, especially if your special someone loves steak. Folks Folly Prime Steakhouse is where I would go for that experience. Napa Cafe is right around the corner from Folks Folly. This is again in East Memphis. It's in the Sanderlin Center. And owner Glenda Hastings has just created this just really welcoming, well done restaurant. It's got a nice wine list. It's got a really good wine focus. And there are several places in this restaurant. I had a hard time choosing which I was going to choose my favorite romantic table, but I decided to do this one, which is called, it's in Jan's Room. It's this little nook that is off the side dining room, and it has kind of this glass sliding door, so it kind of looks into the main dining room, but it has a banquette in the corner. And it has some of her favorite cookbooks and some memorabilia on the walls behind you. And you can snuggle in that little corner and just be a little away from everything, but still have a view of the restaurant and everything going on in there. If that table is not available, there's also a private dining room in the wine cellar as well. So, which is another cool experience. But again, every place of these restaurants that I'm mentioning, I'm telling what my favorite romantic table is, but there's really not a bad seat in the house. Then Supper Club on 2nd. So this is a really kind of cool, different dining experience. This is on kind of right across the street from the Peabody. And this table right here, you can see is in the front window. There's one that's right in the front table, and there are like 2 or 3 right there in this kind of like nook there. And there are 2 tops. And that is where I like to sit, because one, you can kind of look out on the street, but you can also look back and see the scene going on in this restaurant. So the food is excellent. I went recently and I had their version of a lobster pronto pup. I think they're called lobster dogs, and they were really good. And these short ribs that were just over the top. but I will say this one is kind of a scene a little bit because it has a club-like, it's a restaurant, it's a fine dining restaurant, but there is a club-like atmosphere a little bit, like there's loud music playing, kind of like this kind of cool soul R&B, and it's, you know, the lights are dim, and it's just, it's kind of it's a fun, different dining experience. And as I said, I love to sit in one of those front high top tables and kind of watch everything that's going on in the restaurant. It was funny when they were opening it, they told me that a supper club, you know, originally back in the 50s was, you know, you would go to dinner and you would watch a show. And they said that they were hoping to create a restaurant where there wasn't a show per se, but dining there was the experience, was part of the show. And it definitely is kind of a fun and different kind of cool vibe to go to. And then, one more on my list, and it is a very new restaurant, the Lobbyist. So the Lobbyist at Chiska is in the historic Chiska building that is on South Main, kind of a little bit, kind of a block or so away from the Orpheum. And this is a restaurant by Chef Jimmy Gentry, and it opened in January. And it is really cool if you, especially, this is one that, you know, a lot of times if you have people that are vegetarian, you can't take them places to eat. If your Valentine or your special someone is a vegetarian, you can take them there and they will have a fabulous meal, because he has a whole big section called produce section, and I swear you will not miss the meat at all. But he does have great meat. I mean, he has great steaks, and he has fish dishes and sweetbreads and all those things. But he does vegetables really, really, really well. And so the table that I love there is that one that's under that great piece of artwork. It's in what's they call their PDR, their private dining room. And you just kind of feel like you're off in the corner. It's a really nice little place, because especially under that chandelier, you can see it's breathtaking. But again, not a bad seat in this restaurant as well. I think I did all 10. I hope I did all 10. But all of these places are just really true Memphis originals. They're all owned by Memphians. They're all, you know, Memphis originals serving great food. They have good service. They're worth the splurge, as I said. Whereas I picked my favorite tables, and you can go to commercialappeal.com/food and see this list, and it does talk about each one of these tables, and each one. Any seat in these houses, I mean, any seat in these restaurants is absolutely perfect.
I love that list. It is a great list. There's only 2 places I haven't been, and I got to check them out. But I mean, that list is fantastic, Jennifer. And my apologies when I interrupted you before. I said Erling Jensen. I meant to say Chez Philippe. I was at Chez Philippe last month, and it was 7 courses and wine pairings at each course. So it was. It's just such an amazing dining experience. You can't go wrong. But you can't go wrong, as you mentioned, with any of those restaurants. They're just so good. I love it.
So, well, Memphis is so lucky to have so many great places here. I mean, it's really amazing. And I have to admit, when I make these lists and I have to narrow them down, it's, you know, first I was going to do my top 5, and I was like, I can't narrow it down to 5. I've got to do 10. And I probably could have mentioned a few more. There's so many great places here in Memphis. And I just, you know, I always encourage people is just look and see. We've got so much cool stuff. We have a really great restaurant scene, and it just, I mean, I shouldn't probably say this, but my daughter lives in Nashville, and I've been going there a lot this year, and I go to all these places that supposedly are the best restaurants in Nashville, and we sit there and we're like, this is not as good as what we get in Memphis. So
you know what? You're not the first person that has told me that. They've said the exact same thing. We went to this place in Nashville, so we got plenty of those and better ones in Memphis. So you're absolutely right, 100%. And take Jennifer's recommendations on these restaurants. They're so good. Commercialappeal.com/food. Jennifer Chandler, as always, thanks very much.
Thanks. Good to see you.
All right, so we all know about ChatGPT. We've heard about it. It's been in the headlines now for weeks, if not months. It's essentially an artificial intelligence program that allows people to write all kinds of essays and documents and various structures. And for students across the country, they're using ChatGPT and other technology to cheat on their homework assignments, their essays, that sort of thing. And professors and teachers are having a really difficult time deciding distinguishing ChatGPT writings versus the actual students' writings? Well, there is now a tech company that has designed a program, it says, that will make it harder for students to cheat and allow parents and teachers to detect if students are using programs like ChatGPT. It's fascinating, right? Because we've heard so much about it, but now there might be a program here to combat against it. That's why we have brought in Annie Ciccitelli, Chief Product Officer with Turnitin. Annie, I hope I said your name right. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you doing, Andrew?
Doing well. So tell me about, first off, let's explain to everyone if maybe they've heard about ChatGPT, they don't know how it works. Let's explain how it works for our audience.
Sure. So ChatGPT and other text generators are large language learning models. They are very predictive. So they write based on the next word. So they take the prompt that was written as well as everything they wrote before to predict the next most probable word in that sentence. And thus that's how they write. They're not writing for meaning. They're not writing to create a story. It's a very different way of writing than humans do. And so it leaves this trace or a statistical trace that we're able to detect because of the way that it chooses the next most probable word.
I was talking to someone last fall, someone who works for the SAT, ACT board, and they told me that ChatGPT is extremely challenging for them because it's hard for them to determine essays, and schools and universities a lot of times require essays for students and base that on possible enrollment. And so they were really kind of wringing their hands wondering how they would be able to detect ChatGPT versus a student's actual writing. But I understand your tech company has developed a program to detect it. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, and so we, Turnitin is a company for the past 25 years focused on academic integrity. And this is just an extension of our core business, which was started out as similarity detection. So looking to see if something a student submitted is similar to something on the internet or perhaps another paper. And so this is just an extension. It uses different technology, though, than obviously our similarity detection, in which we're able to, because we have been working with student writing for over 20 years, we understand even different grade levels of how students write. We're able to create a model that compares that to ChatGPT writing or any other program that uses GPT-3 or 3.5 to determine if there are the differences, and we're able to see the statistical significance that the students submitted of the different words to determine if there are traces of AI writing.
So give me an example of how it would work. So if let's say a student submits an essay, for example, would they then put the essay into this program by Turnitin, and then Turnitin would say, okay, you know, based upon what we're seeing, this is ChatGPT, you know, a percentage of, you know, tell me how it would work.
Yeah, sure. So the good news is that we already have an established workflow that students are used to because of our similarity detection. So students already have a path for submitting their assignments to Turnitin, and teachers already have an interface by which they're comfortable working. And we show them today, for the similarity, we show them a copy of their submission and highlight places where there is similarity to other documents. So that already exists. And so what we've added to that interface is a button, so kind of like a flag that says AI rating, and it gives a percentage, and it's a percentage of the document. But we encourage all teachers to learn more. Don't just take what it's, you know, just across all our tools, right? Don't just take what the percentage is, you know, make sure that we want the teacher to click into that to see line by line where we think ChatGPT or another tool was used to create the paper. And then that gives the teacher the ability to have those conversations with the student. We believe that it shouldn't just be taken as a as a detection of cheating, right? We think that the teacher is going to make that determination based on what they find and what evidence we provide them.
Sorry about that, Annie. I'm having some issues with my mic. Is there anything that says there is a success rate when it comes to this program from Turnitin? Is it 80%, 90% effective in catching ChatGPT?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so we have tuned the model in a specific way to err on the side of safety. And what we mean by that is that we only indicate to teachers that we suspect AI writing when we're 98% sure. And so we turned that dial up. But at the same time, we want to make sure we're reducing false positives as much as possible. And so in order to balance that, in our lab tests, we predict that we probably miss about 15% of AI writing so as to keep that false positive rate quite low. And so we think we catch up to 85% with 98% confidence, but with a less than 1% false positive rate.
Wow, it's so interesting to hear about this. First with ChatGPT and other artificial intelligence programs, and then your program that catches ChatGPT writing, that sort of thing. It's wild. Where can people go, perhaps parents, teachers, for more information on your new program?
Yeah, so teachers who use Turnitin can learn more within the interface that they're already using. There are a whole bunch of tools and best practices and FAQs to help teachers educate themselves and learn more, not just about our program, but about the use of these tools in general. And then parents and other people can go to Turnitin.com on our website, and you can learn more about our AI writing there.
All right, Annie Cecchitelli, Chief Product Officer with Turnitin. We appreciate your time this morning. A fascinating development with regards to ChatGPT and other artificial intelligence programs. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, well, I want to talk about something pretty interesting. There's a lot of people that are just high performers, high achievers, and they have so many positive traits. I mean, the discipline, the resilience, focus, vision. But sometimes those people that achieve these great things also can kind of get into their head and self-sabotage. And so we want to talk about these things because I think a lot of times the biggest thing is just being aware that you're doing this and then knowing how to respond to that sort of thing. So joining me now to help kind of shed some light on this topic is Sherry Riley. She is a best-selling author and a high-performance life coach. And I know that you work with the NBA Coaches Association, all kinds of different organizations like that. So you're well-versed on this topic. So let's just kind of talk about just some of the characteristics of those high achievers and then how sometimes they can kind of get in their own way, right?
In this age of, being a high performer, knowing how to go after what you want to achieve, there's also that downside of using too much of that drive. And a lot of times the confidence does not stay in alignment with the drive. So what I always say is we have the drive to succeed. Drive is what pushes us to achieve. Confidence is who we are when we get there.
And I know you have a list of 6 ways that high achievers are their own worst enemy. Can we kind of go through that list and just talk about what some of those are? Because like I was mentioning earlier, just being aware can sometimes help you make a change in maybe some of the things you're doing.
Yes, one of the first ones is we have to stop spending 100% of our time on 10% of who we are. that is what allows many high achievers to accomplish their great goals. And so there's this fallacy that if I just work in this 10%, then everything else through osmosis is going to be great in my life. And so we have to be very intentional that personal development is a key to developing and really emphasizing with the intention that other 90% of who we are. And when we do that, it allows us to be more empowered in our healthy life decisions. Because many times we also get to that place of success and realize we don't even know who we are. One of the other keys is ways that we self-sabotage as high achievers is we lead with this idea that we are entitled to our success because we work so hard versus accountability for the success that we achieve. And what happens with that is we get to this place where our ego minimizes who we hear, who we listen to. And that also stops us from growing so that we become better people, not just better in our profession. One of the other keys that I think is really most critical is we don't take time to self-assess. We begin to believe that all of our external success is the total magnitude of who we are. And again, as I said earlier, our skill and talent will take us to levels of success that our character can't sustain, meaning our decision making, how we self-assess the situation, how we're able to manage opportunities and distractions. And so that's when you see a high performer make a decision that you're looking at them like, how could you destroy all that you've worked for based on this bad decision? And that's because, again, our skill and talent would take us to levels of success that our character can't sustain.
This is super interesting to kind of dive into. You know, for one, like you were mentioning, sometimes being kind of in your own lane and not taking advice from other people, because I know in my career field, a lot of the younger generation that's coming in, they have a lot more information about technology and how they're implementing that in the field. And then, you know, everybody has something to bring to the table. And I think you can kind of take a piece of that, like you said, and help you to grow as well. And it's also one of those things, from what I'm hearing from you, it's just balance, because sometimes you get so hyper focused on this one thing that you, like you said, you lose yourself, and it kind of just creates this ripple effect, right?
Well, you highlighted two things. Two other ways is social, this age of technology and just communicating through technology. And what I say all the time is we don't know how to be social in the age of social media. And so what happens is we spend so much time with technology, with high performers, that we lose how to communicate. And so there's so many ways our lack of social communication because of social media puts us in positions where we're misinterpreted. So that communicating just through technology, we need to really expand and be more intentional about how we engage socially. And then you also touched on another with work-life balance. And what I say is work-life balance is a myth. In my book, Exponential Living, I literally in the first 68 pages talk about it being a myth. It's really about that work-life integration. And when we really identify what's most important. And it's really hard when you're a high performer because you've spent so much time developing your skill that we lose sight of really what's most important. And when we stop and self-assess, we start to really speak about our values, which is family, right? Many times our faith. But when we look at where we spend our time is not in alignment with what we say we value. And so as a high performer, we have to really reassess, not work-life balance, but more of that full life integration and answer the question, what is most important? And when we get crystal clear on what's most important, then we make our decisions through that lens. If it's family, then we're able to make decisions where our family is first, and then we allow our business and our professional decisions to be amplified through that lens of family first. So where we get out of sync emotionally is we say family is our most important value, but when we look at our time, when we look at our intention, family is usually last on the list. And that's what caused that causes that internal conflict that many high performers are challenged with. And one of the greatest areas of growth for high performers is they've achieved so much externally, but they have this huge void internally. And that's where we began to experience that depression or really feeling out of sync and not performing at our highest level because we have that void and we think that more work will fill it, when the truth of the matter is it really is about making what's most important.
That's a good point, too, because a lot of times people, especially with the social media world these days, and they, you see these people achieving all these things, they post it, and then, like you said, they're doing all of these things, but at the same time, a lot of times there's that void. And, I know you're a high-performance life coach. Is this something you run into a lot? What is the biggest thing that people come to you saying that stands out?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, because they create a persona for social media. And then many times it's not in alignment with who they are and what they value in their own personal life. And so they get lost in, how do I continue to be this high performer or position myself in a way that isn't in alignment with really who I am? And so what I really work with on my clients is, how do we change the conversation in our own heads? That's one of the first places we have to start, because many times what we're pursuing is peace. And we think that external success, financial stability, a fabulous relationship or family is going to give us that peace. And one of the greatest challenges for a high performer is to reach all the levels of success they've worked so hard to get to and realize that they're miserable. And so we have to really stop and really evaluate what's most important. And the most important thing is their inner peace. And when we get to that place of recognizing that money will never give you peace, accolades and success will never give you peace, we have to pursue the peace first. And then that empowers us to really fully enjoy the experiences of our success. And that's really where I start with my high performers, is really with that conversation in their own head, so that they can begin to really self-assess what's most important, and then make sure that they do the personal development work so that who they are professionally and who they desire to be personally absolutely align with each other.
And I think it's so important to self-assess, because a lot of times you have a hard time even putting into words how you feel, why you feel, how you fix it, and that sort of thing. So sometimes taking that step back and almost kind of taking a step back, stopping smelling the roses, where you realize, okay, this is where I need to start making changes, and this is, what's causing this problem. Is that something that you agree with? Absolutely.
Gratitude heals so much of our angst, so much of our anxiety, and so much of our fears. It's just gratitude. And with a lot of my clients, they've worked so hard to achieve their success that they've never just stopped and enjoyed where they were. And one of the areas of growth that we really focus on is never allow what you want to achieve to rob you of what you've already accomplished. Never allow what you want to achieve to rob you of the joy of what you've already accomplished. And so many times it's just allowing them a safe place to stop and enjoy the success that they've achieved while still being hungry and driven for that next level of success. And that all starts with that gratitude and really being able to appreciate what they've accomplished. Because many times the challenge is, if I stop and enjoy where I am, then I'll lose that fire. I'll lose that drive. I'll lose that passion that pushed me to get to this level of success. And what I always help them understand is, no, gratitude allows you to reboot. Right? All of our technology, our computers, our phones, our iPads, in order for them to be their most productive, they have to stop. They have to reboot. And that's what I help them understand, is that gratitude is just that reboot that allows you to reignite that passion, but in a more healthy way.
I think so many people can relate to this. And I think one of the biggest things that I struggle with, that I try to make a point of doing more, is just being fully present in what I'm experiencing. Because sometimes you get so caught up in life that you're not even fully present or fully appreciating some of those moments. Is that, do you kind of understand what I'm saying with that?
That is one of the greatest challenges, is this myth about multitasking. Is that we have to be, and it's hard because when you are a high performer, and you can definitely relate to this, is you're always, pressed and stressed and concerned about what's next, or you evaluating what did I do wrong and how do I do better from what happened in the past, where our most powerful place is in the present. And what I help my clients with is that whether you're at work or at home, your presence is not enough. You have to be present. And many times we think our presence is enough. Well, I'm here, but I'm on my phone. I'm thinking about this. I'm more concerned with that. I'm trying to, be on social media to do this. And we're missing what's right in front of us. And that's where the anxiety amplifies, is because we're not present. And so the essence of exponential living is pursuing peace, choosing clarity, and living courageously. Because when we commit to being present, that's where that inner peace is our power. And when we commit to that peace, that's when we get clarity. A lot of times with high performers, because we have so many responsibilities, we're just not clear. And so we've got to focus on our peace, which gives us clarity. And then when you bring that peace and that clarity together, that's when you have the courage to do that inner work. That's when you have the courage to stop spending 100% of your time on 10% of who you are, the courage to self-assess, the courage to understand communication outside of technology, the courage to understand that you've got to lead through accountability and not entitlement. And so when we get to that place of peace and clarity, that's when we have the courage to make sure that these 6 ways that high performers can self-sabotage, we eliminate those and be more productive in every area of our life. And that's really the goal, is to be the best you, not just the best career you or sports you or athlete you, but to be the best you in every area of your life.
Sherry, this has been a great conversation. I think it's helpful to so many people, myself included. Is there anything else you want to make sure to hit home about before we let you go?
Well, I would definitely say these 6 ways of self-sabotaging, I really spend more time and give more insight in my book, Exponential Living, Stop Spending 100% of Your Time on 10% of Who You Are, where I share the 9 principles that really serve as the how. How do we really show up and really be intentional about eliminating all those areas of self-sabotage so that we can really experience exponential living?
Sherry Riley, author and high performance life coach. I've really appreciated having you on here today, and you have a good one, all right?
Thank you. You too.
All right, well, graduation season is upon us, and whether it's high school graduation and maybe wanting to further your education or enter the workforce, or college graduates accepting a new job, financial decisions can be so stressful, and just trying to navigate through that can be very difficult. So joining us to talk a little bit more about it is Ashley Feinstein-Gersley. She's the author of Financial Adulting, Everything You Need to Know to Be a Financially Confident and Conscious Adult. Ashley, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on.
So I guess the first thing I want to do is just dive right in. Let's talk about maybe what are some of the biggest mistakes or things that these young adults, whether it's 18 into your early 20s, where maybe they're making mistakes financially. What would you say is probably some of the biggest problems or things that they just don't know about?
Yes, I'd say 2 big things. The first, and I did both of these things, so it's coming from experience, is to wait to save until we have enough money to save. So there's this idea, and how we traditionally view saving is we earn money, we live our lives, we pay everybody else, and then we hope and wait that there will be money left over to save. And in my experience, that just doesn't work for most people. Even when we get a raise, there's still not money. So I would say pay ourselves first, pay yourself first is something that I would highly, highly recommend. And then the other is not having a plan. And I know that budgets get a bad rap. We think they might be restricting, they might limit our fun, but I view them as an act of self-love, because when we have a budget, we have a plan, we have peace of mind, we can build in things that are fun and have no guilt as we spend them, and just have clarity about where our money is going and reach our financial goals. So I would say not having a plan and waiting to save until we make more money are the 2 biggest mistakes that I see.
And when you talk about saving, is there a certain rule of thumb when you say you want to maybe save back this percentage of the money you're bringing in, or does it just depend on each individual's budget and what kind of money they're bringing in? What advice would you have for that?
Yes, so I would say it does depend. I am not a big fan of having a certain percentage as far as saving and investing and retirement, but I would say first and foremost, you want to have that crisis fund saved up. So that first $1,000, that first 1 month of expenses, and then from there building up to have a fully funded rainy day fund. So in case something happens with an illness or with our job, that we have money to pay for our expenses for 3 months, 6 months, depending on your personal situation.
And this is just a question for me, because I think way back, back in the day, a lot of people would have their checkbook and they would go in, and every time they would write a check, they would go in, they'd balance their checkbook. They had an idea of the money that was coming in, coming out. Do you feel like that now people really aren't using that checkbook and it's harder to maybe keep up with the money you're spending? Do you feel like that?
Yeah, I think technology has done some great things, but it makes it very easy to have no idea where our money is going. Even if you think about checkbooks are a great example, credit cards, we don't feel the pain of what we spent until the bill goes through, swiping our credit card, hopping in and out of a Lyft, we're not even really paying. So I think I'm a huge fan of having what I call money parties, which are time that we set aside to look at what's happened with our money over the last month or the last week. So actually go through and look at those expenses, because it is so easy to lose track of them. And I've had that experience where you see the credit card bill and you say, that wasn't me, but then you go through each and every expense and you realize, these things just add up. So having that time, if we don't look at our expenses, it's just not going to happen. And we need to carve out that time for ourselves.
Do you feel like that generation, you just get out of high school or you're coming out of college, that little group right there, a lot of times they're finally getting out of the house, they're starting to support themselves. Do you think that some of the biggest mistakes start off with credit cards, and maybe every time you go to a store and they say, well, you get 20% off if you apply for a credit card? Do you feel like that this generation can sometimes fall victim to that when it comes to credit cards? What are some of the biggest mistakes?
Yes. So I actually was one of the people who had that happen to me, and I didn't even understand how credit cards worked. I remember by the time I paid my bill, I had so many late fees. And so I do think there's this idea that it actually is something that I wish I knew when I graduated from school, that most people, we don't learn about this. And I'm seeing it more and more being taught in schools, which is wonderful. And I know parents want to be sharing this information with their kids, but they might not feel like they're equipped to do so. And so I do think there's this feeling when we graduate that we're the only ones who don't understand, and there can feel this like taboo of talking about it and asking questions. And what I've found is that most of us don't understand, and we're all learning as we go, and we're learning the hard way. And so I do think that helps to feel less alone as we navigate this. But then also, yes, to really, I think there's a lot working against us when it comes to personal finance, and that we're not educated about it. There's like with the credit card, there's probably 50 pages of small print that I could have read to understand it. So I would definitely caution to really understand any financial products that we sign up for. Talk to people about it, because if they don't understand and you don't understand, you might be able to find someone else, or to go and figure it out together can feel less lonely as we navigate this.
I remember when I was in college, starting in college, credit card companies, they actually would set up booths on campus, and you would end up getting a credit card, and it would have this incredibly high interest rate, but you weren't educated on what to even look for, what to consider. So I mean, I can see how credit cards can really get people into trouble. I do want to switch gears though. Student loans. When a lot of people rely on student loans to be able to go to school, what kind of advice would you give when people start looking to see how much they need to be borrowing? Because they do have to pay that back at some point.
Yes, so when we're going to, there's actually a chapter in the book dedicated to debt. So understanding credit cards, understanding student loans. And I think when we think about financing college, there are a lot of pieces that fund the pie. So there could be grants, there could be financial aid, there could be federal loans, there could be private loans. But at the beginning, when we're trying to figure out how much to take out, ideally we can minimize that pie. And in interviewing some experts on student loans for the book, I found that people actually can negotiate with their universities on what they're able to help them provide. In the worst case, that they say no, but then you're able to take out less debt, and then also to shop around with those private loans, just because we might think that that first offer we get is the best offer that we're going to get, but actually the offers can vary as far as interest rates. And when we're talking about numbers that are that big, it can make a huge difference if we're paying a 6% interest rate or an 8% interest rate or a 4% interest rate on our student loan. So I would say try to reduce the amount as much as possible and then shop around for the best rate on those private loans.
Good advice. Now, for those that are maybe graduating college, they're getting into the workforce, what are the biggest pieces of advice that you would want to send to them as far as their finances go?
I'd say the biggest, so first, again, just you're not alone in figuring this out, and financial adulting, so that is the name of my new book. Being a financial adult is about taking small, consistent steps. And so I think sometimes with a lot of different goals, but specifically our finances, we view improving in that area that it has to be this overnight transformation, that I wake up, I spend the whole weekend making my financial plan, and I'm a new person. But that sets us up for failure because it's too much of a jump. And so taking small, consistent steps that are manageable, that feel like we can keep improving, I think is the way to go, because then we're improving and learning all year round. And then something that I wished that I did more of, and I know that so many looking back at the beginning of their careers wish they did, is start saving for retirement, because when we're starting young, we have so much time to allow our money to grow and compound, and it just makes it so much easier on us later. And that money is coming out pre-tax, typically, when it's a 401k, so it actually feels less painful than you'd expect. So I'd say, looking back, that's something that a lot of people that I talk to wish they put more aside for retirement and let it grow for them.
And we've talked so much here at the Digital Desk about debt and what debt can do as far as your mental health and various other things that it can do. Do you feel, I love the name of the financial adulting. I love that. But do you feel like that one reason you decided to put this book together is because a lot of times people build up that debt while they're young, and then after they get out of college, they've built up all this debt as they're starting their new job. Do you feel like a lot of that debt ends up getting built up early on in life, and then you're just spending time trying to pay it back?
Definitely is a big part of stress in the younger generation, and something you mentioned about the booths during college and getting a free t-shirt and having, understanding that when we're paying that minimum payment, it isn't actually potentially making any dent in the balance, and our credit card could still be growing. So there's so much there. And I do think there's so much shame. First of all, there's a lot of stress around debt, especially when we're starting our careers and we might not have a lot of extra income to go towards those debt payments, but then also just the shame that comes with debt. And so I first love to talk, in the book, I talk about what debt is, and it's really just money we owe for something we bought. It doesn't mean we're bad or that we did something wrong, or it could be a certain time in our life, it could be a mistake we made. But from there, really, I think sometimes when we have so much shame around the debt, it has us even not look at it. So I take everyone through a 3-step process to make a plan to manage and pay down debt by starting with looking at what it actually is. And that can be as stressful as that sounds to list out all that information. It can be really eye-opening. And then once we know what's happening, we can make a plan to manage it. So always better to have that information than to not look.
And educating yourself about what you need to know is so important. And you were mentioning about paying that minimum. I had a friend that during that age time between 18, early 20s, she got a bunch of credit cards and she told me, she's like, just pay the minimum payment. And I'm like, this is terrible advice. I guess any final points you want to make before we let you go?
I go back to that taking small, consistent steps. And you mentioned earlier why I wrote this book. And because so many of the things that you're mentioning are things that I made mistakes with. And I studied finance, I worked in finance, and I still knew nothing about my own finances. And so this is something that we are not set up for. So we want to learn as much as we can. And my goal is, in writing this book and in the work I do, that others don't have to make the same mistakes that I did and can progress through their financial lives with a lot less stress and potentially heartache.
Well, Ashley Feinstein-Gersley, the author of Financial Adulting, Everything You Need to Know to Be a Financially Confident and Conscious Adult. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing some really great advice and some really good tips for our viewers this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Let's talk a little bit about meditation and mindfulness. Those are two things that, from what we understand, can really help us during very stressful moments, during this stressful time, I guess you can say, unprecedented times that we are living through right now. And joining me now to talk about meditation and mindfulness is Dr. Gail Gazelle. She's an assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School. Dr. Gazelle, thanks again for joining us. We appreciate every time you join us. How are you?
Wonderful. It's a pleasure to be here today.
So let's talk about meditation and mindfulness, because there are so many benefits that maybe people don't realize, especially in this in this age where we're just trying to lower the temperature, lower that stress that we feel each and every day.
Without a doubt. And when we think about healthcare, really, it's chock full of stress. The stakes are so very high. Certainly before the pandemic, many sick patients, not enough resources necessarily to take care of them, a lot of time pressure, emergencies upon emergencies. And of course, with the pandemic, the temperature, as you say, has really been turned up. And we don't learn a lot in our training as physicians or nurses or technicians or therapists in how to calm ourselves and how to really manage all of the stress that we experience. And for me, that's where I see mindfulness and meditation really having a critically important role.
Right, because physicians and other medical professionals, they know how to take care of others, but a lot of times it's at the expense of their own health. And we can learn a lot from not only how to protect themselves and their mental issues and their mental state, but also that kind of protection can also just talk to all of us, speak to all of us when it comes to just really kind of building that calmness inside, right?
It's so very true. I think when the public hears the word mindfulness, our minds can go to robed and bald-headed monks on a mountainside, can't they? And yet what I think about for mindfulness, particularly in healthcare for both doctors and patients, is really the mastery over our own minds. I mean, let's face it, our minds are very busy places, 10 to 20,000 thoughts a day. And some of those thoughts are great. They're really full of purpose and they help guide us. But when we focus on our own thoughts, whoever we are, we begin to realize that our minds are complicated places. A lot of the thoughts and stories that our minds spin are really actually fake news, and they can drag us down. They can take us to a very negative place, increasing our anxiety, increasing our stress levels. So without a doubt, we can all benefit from learning tools to manage our own busy minds.
So our minds have 10,000 to 20,000 thoughts a day. That's really an extraordinary number and a fact there. How do we bring down that complication and make it really simple for us to make our minds work for us in terms of bringing down the stress level?
Well, what's really important is getting to know our own busy mind, and that's where meditation is so important. When we meditate, we're not banishing thought, but we're sitting quietly and we're just getting to know what it is that's going on in our mind. And what I find is that when I teach meditation to busy doctors and others, they're shocked. They had no idea that their mind was such a busy place. And when we think about that in medical terms, well, we can't treat something, we can't intervene until we diagnose it. So what I mean by that is we have to diagnose our own mind in a friendly way, not in a judgmental way. We don't sit there meditating thinking, what's wrong with me for having all these thoughts? We just notice, look at how busy my mind is, and let me get to know, let me befriend my own mind and get to know what's here. Why? So that I can work with my own mind and not be so much the servant of it, but become actually the one who's the master over it. And that, I think, is really the beauty of what mindfulness can offer all of us.
So we want to get the stress point to be reduced. We also want more calmness in our lives. What about the positivity aspect? How do we become more grateful in our lives?
Well, again, my focus is doctors in healthcare, and the public may not realize just how critical doctors learn to be of ourselves. As you mentioned, we're there to take care of others, so we don't learn to take care of ourselves. Sometimes we're not even on our own to-do list. But as we get to know that pattern of self-criticism, which again is not just the purview for doctors in healthcare, but we can all suffer from that, we begin to realize that perhaps it isn't helping us to be so critical of ourselves, to be so negative, to go down the negativity bias that affects all of us. And that's where I think we can get to know our own patterns. We can recognize when our thoughts are taking us into a negative, unhelpful direction, and we can course correct. Again, that's one of the skills that we get with mindfulness. For myself, I've gotten to the point where I can notice, oh, there goes my silly mind, kind of criticizing me again, looking at all the negatives around me. Do I really have to follow that train, or would it be more helpful for me in terms of what's going on right now to shift my thoughts more in a positive direction? So it's not about, oh, just put on a smiley face and everything will be great. It's about getting to know your own mind and really working with it in the most constructive way that you can.
You know, doctors and all kinds of medical professionals, you know, they really get worn down by all the sickness they see, and especially during the pandemic, it has been tough for that profession. There's no question about it. How do they and other medical professionals build resilience with mindfulness?
Such an important question because, you know, the toll on healthcare workers has always been high. Again, it's a very high stakes profession, and we go into it knowing that and embracing that and wanting to do what we can to help those around us. But what do we do when there's a situation like the pandemic where the stresses are really just, you know, something that's unprecedented for all of those in healthcare? And so we can build resilience, very importantly, by building moments of calm into our day. Even the busiest day, it can be like running a marathon if we don't learn how to pause and actually kind of cool ourselves down and have moments of calm. With mindfulness, we can take those kind of pauses, those mindful pauses. We can notice when we're just running mentally and physically, and remind ourselves that if we're going to get through this marathon of healthcare, that we actually need to kind of take these mental timeouts. One very practical step that I recommend to healthcare providers is that in between patients, we simply pause and take at least one slow, deep breath, maybe even 3. It sounds so incredibly simple, but it can actually help us regulate ourselves and help us give us what we need to run this marathon that we are in healthcare.
So if someone's listening to this interview and they're trying to figure out, okay, I like the idea of meditation, I like the idea of mindfulness and building up that calm and a positive idea of how to approach daily routines, where would you tell them to start?
Well, there are a lot of wonderful apps out there now. Calm, 10% Happier, Headspace, you know, there are a ton of them. I have a free 14-day mindfulness meditation course where in less than 10 minutes a day, I guide individuals in a brief mindfulness topic and then in a meditation. And people can access that on my website, gailgazelle.com. It's a free offering, and that's often a good place for people to get started.
Is there any mindset, you know, we're talking about mindfulness, but is there any mindset when you approach this type of 14-day course or this type of attitude, hey, I need to lower my stress every day, I need to feel better about what I do each and every day. What else can we tell people to really kind of help them through this all?
Well, I think we can tell people that it's normal to experience stress. It's normal. It's part of the human condition, and it's normal to have a busy mind. There's nothing wrong with you, any of your listeners, if you're sitting there thinking, what's wrong with me that my mind is so busy and that I don't know how to quiet it? So I think that's really important, that we don't judge ourselves for being in the human condition and not learning these skills. You know, again, I often feel that if medical training covered some of these skills that for me as an executive coach for burnt out physicians and physician leaders, I'd be happily out of a job because these are skills that all of us can learn. So I think if your viewers take nothing else away, it's a sense of hopefulness that we all can become more the master of our own mind rather than, frankly, the servant.
Completely agree with you, Dr. Gazelle. You know, one of the benefits, I guess, one of the good things that we can say that's come out of this pandemic is this emphasis, this focus on mental health and having this idea, having this routine that you say, you know, this 14-day course to really kind of focus in and hone in on ways to bring down the stress level, make sure there's more calmness in your life, make sure there's more positivity is something that we all need for sure. Anything else you'd like to say before we let you go?
Well, again, just to emphasize that this is more than possible. We don't have to go off to a mountaintop for hours a day. We can build these moments of self-awareness and self-reflection into our days really by paying attention and by pausing and by working with our own busy mind. This is more than possible for all of us in healthcare and all of us as a nation.
Dr. Gail Gazelle, thank you. Always appreciate our conversations, and we look forward to future conversations with you. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Okay, May is Mental Health Month. How is your mental health these days? There's always some form of news out there that addresses mental health, especially coming out of the pandemic here, 3 years since the pandemic began. We're always focused a lot more on mental health. In fact, Mental Health America, which is the nation's leading community-based nonprofit, has dedicated to addressing the needs of those living with mental illness and is encouraging everyone to consider how the world around them affects their mental health, from their neighbors to genetics. Let's talk more about this with the president and CEO of Mental Health America. Schroeder Stribling is joining us on the digital desk. I appreciate you joining us and telling us what apparently you have some data when it comes to mental health in 2022. Really interested in hearing some of your data. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me, and thanks for highlighting this month. So you're correct, May is Mental Health Month. This is a tradition that was started by Mental Health America in 1949, and we look at this as a really great annual reminder and opportunity to check in on our mental health and the mental health and well-being of our loved ones, our friends, our neighbors, and our communities. And in conjunction with the start of Mental Health Month, we have released a report today that talks about the data from our National Prevention and Screening Program, which was launched in 2014. So about 6.3 million people came to take a self-test and check in on their mental health in 2022. And the results that we got were concerning, especially with regard to youth. They're consistent with what we've seen before, but they really tell us a great deal about who's in the most distress, and they draw our attention especially to folks who are 24 years and younger.
Schroeder, you know, I have two older teenagers, and they constantly tell me a couple of things. They tell me that social media and the phone devices, smartphones, whatever, tablets, they seem to be, when it comes to mental health issues and things that distract or hurt their mental health, those two issues, social media and screens or devices like an iPhone or any kind of smartphone, really hurt. Based upon your research and whether it's this survey and others, is that what you're seeing?
You are absolutely right that there's a lot of conversation about what is the role of social media in the youth mental health crisis. And no doubt there is a correlation. And so I think your kids are right, and they're insightful to know that the social media and technology is having an effect on their mental health. One of the things that we do know is that about, as I mentioned, about 3/4 of those 6.3 million screeners were youth. And the most popular screen that people take is for depression. Anxiety comes next. And about half of the youth who took a screen for depression reported that they were having frequent thoughts of suicide. So that gives us a sense of the degree of the problem. And then when you ask people, what are the reasons for their distress? The three most popular answers given, and remember this is largely from young people, are concerns about body image, self-image, and relationships. And when we think about social media, certainly those issues of body image and self-image and relationships are all impacted by social media, which is mediating a lot of those relationships and which is giving youth a lot of sometimes distressing feedback about their self-image or their self-worth or their body image. So I think it is definitely one of the contributing factors and something for us to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a major contributing factor for sure. It's really interesting to hear some of that data coming from your screening data, Mental Health America. I understand that housing stability and home environment also plays a pretty large part of our mental health role. Explain that to me.
Yes, so each year we choose a theme for Mental Health Month. And this year, our theme is Look Around and Look Within. So in addition to this being a reminder for folks to check in on their own mental health, it's a reminder to think about how the natural and built environments around us are affecting our mental health. Now, there are some things that we have greater control over than others. Housing stability, sometimes we have greater control over that, but safety in the home, health in the home, where we can make positive changes, we want to encourage people to do that. So as we do every year for Mental Health Month, we've published a toolkit, and this year's toolkit is about looking around and looking within, helps people understand how they can get to that screening, take a self-test, check in on their own mental health, but also what they can do with the natural environment around them. And that could be as simple as changing the setup of the room that you live in or the apartment where you are, or spending time outside. And outside doesn't mean necessarily that you have to get to a national park. It might just mean that you're able to spend a little bit of outdoor time. For instance, I grew up in a small apartment in New York City, and there was a little tiny porch that we had, but it allowed for some outdoor time. So that's important to people's mental health. And those are the kind of tips and tricks that you'll find in our toolkit for this year.
You know, Schroeder, you stole my question there, because I was talking about Mother Nature with my kids, and they always love, whether it's a bike ride, going to a park. In Memphis, we have one of the largest urban parks in America. It's Shelby Farms Park. But our surrounding areas, there's tons of parks where people go and they can just walk and connect with nature and get, I guess, a clearer mind, just kind of just get away from the hustle and bustle of whether they're connected on a device or in classrooms or various settings, work, what have you. Having that Mother Nature connection can, I would think, really clear the mind a lot. Is that what you're seeing in some of your research? And what else are you seeing, ways that people can find maybe some good habits?
Well, you've really put your finger on something very important. Outside time and getting outdoors is enormously important to our mental health. There's lots of research that tells us. And once again, this does not have to be a national park. Just any outdoor time is good for folks. In fact, this May, we are partnered up with LL Bean for a challenge about outdoor time, and we're hoping to get people to log 500,000 hours of time spent outdoors during May. Could be any kind of outdoors, and you can find at our website, mhanational.org, you can find more information about our LL Bean challenge to spend time outdoors. Pardon me. So that's enormously important. The other thing that I would recommend is that we have a new book out in addition to our May Mental Health Toolkit. And our book is called Where to Start. And the title really says it all. It's about how to start thinking about mental health and mental health in your own life, how to be aware of what supports you best in your own mental health, and how to attend to our well-being, as well as checking in on that of our loved ones and family members and others.
You and I are on the same wavelength here, because my question now is, and I don't want to give the book away, but if there were, let's say, 3 bullet points about where people can begin, and we've already mentioned, clearing your mind, going on a walk, or somewhere maybe in a park or something like that. If you were to give people maybe 3 bullet points on how to start bettering your mental health, and we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here, where would you start with those 3 bullet points?
Well, the first, I think, and the most important is to get informed, is to get information. So just like we would about our bodily and our physical health, we need information so that we can take care of our mental health. And we need to know how we can check in on our mental health. So you can find a lot of information about mental health in general at our website, mhanational.org, or in the book. But the other thing that you can find is a link to our National Prevention and Screening Program. And that's the program where the free and anonymous platform that I mentioned before, where people can take any one of 11 validated tests, self-tests, to get more insight about how they're doing and to learn a little bit about their own mental health. So I think those are the most important things to start with. And then the last thing I would mention is to intervene or take action early. If you have signs of distress for yourself, if you're noticing changes in your mood, your appetite, your sleeping, your behavior that are concerning to you, get help early. So starting might be about taking a mental health test or screening, might also be about talking to a trusted loved one or sharing with someone, a therapist perhaps, how you're feeling, to see about getting help. So getting our help early. And if you do find yourself in crisis, very important to know that we have a new resource. It's about a year old now, 988. For anyone who doesn't know about this new number, you can call or text 988 for a mental health crisis. And the goal is to have a mental health response to a mental health crisis. So that's another important resource that we like to get out during this Awareness Month.
Schroeder Stribling with Mental Health Awareness, or Mental Health America, the president and CEO. Really appreciate our conversation, and I think we really helped people kind of address this issue and help them if they need help out there, and just really kind of being in the know when it comes to what to do and some of the problems. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
It is Wednesday, May the 10th, and our rain chances are going up as we go through the afternoon. We're looking at about a 60% chance between noon and 3, and off and on rain chances. Maybe a few thunderstorms will continue as we go into the late evening hours. This morning, we have the rain that's lifting off from parts of central Mississippi. Now, as we go into the afternoon, we'll see more scattered showers and storms continue to develop, especially in the early afternoon hours. Through late afternoon, it's going to go from south to north, so temperatures are going to be quite different depending on your location, but we're looking for heavy rain, gusty wind and lightning. Not a big severe threat with this. We'll see it move off to the north by 6 p.m. and then just some lingering showers as we go through midnight tonight. Most of that ends tomorrow morning, but another batch comes through as we go through the day tomorrow. Scattered showers and storms approaching from Arkansas, and will continue to move off to the east as we go through tomorrow evening. So a couple of different rounds of showers and storms, and that means we could pick up 1 to 1.5, maybe 2 inches of rain over eastern Arkansas, about a ½ inch to an inch east of Memphis as we go through the next couple of days. We'll keep you posted, as always, on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. You can track it yourself using the live radar, so be sure and check that out. 86 degrees today. Look for a 60% chance of rain by this afternoon. So we start with clouds and sun, end with some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Now, temperatures probably going to be all over the place, but a little bit warmer West Tennessee because it will take a little longer for the showers and storms to get to you, so mid to upper 80s there. But low to mid 80s across much of North Mississippi with showers or storms beginning earlier in the day, and you can see low 80s across much of eastern Arkansas as well. So not as hot as yesterday, even though we did hit 90 for the first time yesterday. Probably not quite that hot over the next few days. We'll see about a 60% chance again on Thursday with that second round coming through. Then only a 30% chance, so a 1 in 3 shot of seeing a shower or storm through the weekend, and temperatures back in the upper 80s, maybe near 90 in a few spots Saturday or Sunday, and then they back down again with rain chances going up for Monday of next week.
We always love to hear about young entrepreneurs, what they're doing, what they think is great for professional success. Well, there is an event I want to tell you about on May 21st that has young entrepreneurs and their young ideas that's going to be on display. Joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Larissa Gregory. She is Executive Director of Light Memphis. Larissa, good morning to you. I appreciate you being here. First off, for those who are not familiar, tell us what Light Memphis is.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. Thank you for having me. Light Memphis has been around in Memphis for about 10 years. We're celebrating our 10-year anniversary right now. And we exist to provide Black and Brown students entrepreneurship education to open up skills for them to be successful in their future, for them to launch or scale an existing business, and for them to find fulfilling, full-time, livable wage work. And so we are thrilled to be able to offer our students an opportunity to share what they've done over the last 16 weeks with the community at our event on May 21st at the Renaissance Convention Center.
We're showing pictures from last year's event here, Larissa. So tell me about this event. You mentioned it. It's May 21st, and you have 30 young entrepreneurs from 9th through 12th grade, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have kids from all over the city that have been working over the last 16 weeks to build or scale and launch a business. And so on May 21st at the Renaissance Convention Center, starting at 5 o'clock is when the doors open. The community is welcome to come and to see what these young people have been working on. We're thrilled to present their businesses. They'll have their logos. They'll have product for sale. They'll have a table set up, and any revenue that they generate on that night goes straight back to them and into their business. So we're really excited. And then we'll vote at the very end for the top 3 youth entrepreneurs, and those 3 youth entrepreneurs will receive additional seed funding towards their business. So in the program, they receive up to $1,200 to start their business. And that night on May 21st at the Renaissance Convention Center, they'll earn up to an additional $1,500, $1,000, or $750 to go towards their business in first, second, and third place. Oh, I think I lost your audio, Andrew.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are. Now I can hear you.
Yeah, so I was just curious because there's 30 of them there in this entrepreneurial event there on May 21st. Did they have to have certain requirements? Was there a contest to get these final 30 there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we recruit new students every semester. We go into schools, we go into community centers, we go and find where there's potential talent, and there's potential talent all over our city. So students go through a process of putting in an interest form, and then they go through a community workshop. And once they complete those 2 things, they're in the program. And it's a commitment of those 16 weeks. So the 30 students that you're going to meet on May 21st are the 30 students that have been able to persist through all 16 weeks of the program.
It sounds amazing. Tell me how the public can get involved, Larissa.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways that you can get involved. First of all, you can give of your time. We're always looking for volunteers. Always looking for volunteers. And for more information on volunteering, you can go to Lite Memphis, LITE Memphis.org. We're also always looking for donors and partners. So whether you're an individual donor or you're a corporate organization that's looking to sow into something that's doing great things here in our city, litememphis.org is the place to come. And if you're interested in attending on Sunday, May 21st, it's a free event, and you are more than welcome to join us. There's a QR code on the invitation, I think, that you just shared a second ago, Andrew. But that QR code, you can scan that and you can join us on Sunday, May 21st at 5 p.m. And we look forward to having anyone and everyone come join us.
Okay, we got it up there. There is the pitch night. This is scheduled for May 21st from 5 until 7 o'clock, the Renaissance Convention Center there in downtown Memphis. Just curious, Larissa, has there ever been someone to come out of this? I know you guys have only been around 10 years. Has there been someone that's come out of this event and really done well for themselves professionally that maybe we might know just offhand?
Not offhand that would be familiar to you in this moment, but we have had several successful students that have come through the program. You know, over the course of 10 years, we've been able to see upwards of 500 students matriculate through our program. Many of those students have gone on to complete post-secondary options and have had access to opportunities. One that comes to mind is an alumni that came through and now runs her own marketing firm, which is something that she had an idea about when she was in our program, but she was able to go through the program. We were able to support her through her matriculation, through her higher ed education, and now she's running and owns her own marketing firm. So we're very proud of her amongst a lot of our other alumni as well.
Okay, there it is one more time. Pitch night coming up Sunday, May 21st from 5 until 7 o'clock downtown at the Renaissance Convention Center. Larissa Gregory, we really appreciate you and everything that you do as the executive director of Lite Memphis. Congratulations on the group's success and good luck on the 21st. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Take care. Thank you for having me.
Check out that cover. Memphis Magazine this month, May edition, beautiful. Look at that. That reminds me of late spring, some summer, local adventures, and someone that's been taking some local adventures and posting it on social media, Anna Traverse Vogel, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I love the cover, and I love talking about all kinds of different adventures across Memphis and the Mid-South.
Yeah, so we've got a cover story focus on what we're calling local adventures. We've sometimes called this staycation, but you know, I feel like local adventures really sums it up more in terms of being able to get out of your house, getting into the world, and really exploring and trying on some new activities. So as you can see on the cover, one of the things that we went out and did so that we could report back to our readers is we went canoeing on the Mississippi River. So there's a local guide named Matthew Burdine who has been taking folks out in these really impressive canoes, which sounded a little bit unwise to me at first, but I have to say, once I got out there, I absolutely had a blast. I actually ended up going out twice because it was just so much fun and such a unique way to see our city. So what you see on the cover is actually a group of people in a canoe, and that is the Mississippi River, not some placid lake. So it's really quite an experience, but highly, highly recommend.
So I'm looking at that picture, Anna. That seems like a lot of people in a canoe. You're not in there, is there?
No, so that's actually a different group, and that's a photo that Matthew allowed us to use. But our canoes that we went out on with him were just as long, and he has these really impressive canoes that have really large hulls, and like they're just very, very sturdy. I think maybe seaworthy type of canoes. I'm not an expert, but you feel a lot more secure in this canoe. And of course, so much of it is that Matthew is an experienced guide. He used to take people out on the Colorado River and, just really knows what he's doing. So even though a small part of me, having grown up in Memphis and having this healthy respect, shall we say, for the river, I thought I was going to be petrified. As soon as we actually got out there, I was like, this is amazing. I had such a good time. It was almost like giddy making.
Well, you sold it well in your social media post talking about it. I'm totally sold on it. And being an Eagle Scout myself and gone canoeing plenty of times, not only just with me, but also with my son, who's also an Eagle Scout. I love the outdoors, and I love all kinds of different things, including canoeing. So I'm really interested to read it and
I grew up canoeing on, smaller rivers and lakes. So, the motion of the paddle feels very familiar, but it just would never have occurred to me to go canoeing on our river here. So it really did sort of reintroduce me to my own hometown. And, what Matthew talks about is like some places have a vertically grand world, like mountains or the Grand Canyon or what have you, but our part of the country, the Delta, has a horizontally grand aspect to it. And so I thought that was a really unique way of seeing where we've been living all this time.
Yeah, I that would be ambitious to canoe the Mississippi River. I'm with you, though. I would definitely.
He's actually done the whole thing.
That is intense.
So a few years ago, apparently he canoed all of it. I don't know that I'm up for that just yet.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. All right, so Anna, tell us more about the magazine, because we got the adventure pages here. What else?
Yeah, absolutely. So also in our local adventure section, we didn't just go canoeing. We also sent our writers out to do all sorts of fun stuff. So Frank went out and did some rock climbing at Memphis Rocks in Soulsville. We went out to some listening rooms, over to the Botanic Gardens, a baseball game at AutoZone Park, just all sorts of different things that you can do to get active in Memphis this spring and summer. And then we also have a story in this issue about pet rescue. So, we talk to people who are doing several different kinds of pet rescue. All of my animals are rescue pets who have come to me one way or another, but we just sort of compiled different groups who are involved in local animal rescue. One that sometimes transports animals on planes, a woman who's very active on TikTok, but uses that as a platform to publicize the animals that she rescues. A woman who actually uses leftover copies of our sister publication, the Memphis Flyer, in kitten rescue. So, they say print is dead. But
I love it. I love it. Now, I do have a question, Anna. The artist of that pet rescue, is that anyone we would know?
No, that is an image that our art director found in his databases.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. And then what I loved also looking through this month's edition here is the farmhouse. I love the pictures.
Yes. So that was such a cool find. We do these habitats features on a pretty regular basis where ask people to let us into their dwellings. And yeah, so this month, Chris McCoy, who handles most of our habitats, our homes features, he brought this one to us, and it's such a cool story because it's this home that's like on Walnut Grove. It's over 100 years old, but it started its life as a farmhouse back when, you know, there wasn't much happening in that part of Shelby County. I mean, back in 1919, when the home was built, I don't know that there would have been very much around it. And, you know, it looks like the current owners have really done a spectacular job. I have to admit, I'm fairly jealous of that kitchen. But, you know, I think that's really what these stories allow us to show is, like, you know, you might drive past a place every day for years and years and always sort of wonder, I wonder what it's like inside that place. Well, we try to answer that question for you because I think we all have that curiosity. And this place just looks so stunning and so inviting.
I agree, and I think back to that house that you guys showcased a few months ago in Binghamton that was just beautiful, and someone had taken over. That was gorgeous, and so I love it when you guys do it, and it was certainly nice to see. Again, this is the latest edition of the Memphis Magazine here. Beautiful cover, talking about local adventures, pet rescue, farmhouse, and much, much more. Anna, before we let you go, anything else you wanted to mention about this month's edition?
Just a quick little shout out to the small story that's on the last page of the magazine that's about Kong-Wee Peng, who is the artist who designed this year's Memphis in May art poster, the official poster. And it is just absolutely beautiful. Kong-Wee Peng lives and works in Memphis, but is actually from Malaysia, which is being saluted this year. So it's a really nice story about her and about the poster. And I have to say, it's just really, really stunning. I'll put it up here. So I thought that was a nice thing to spotlight, and that's how we close the magazine as we open the month. And we've got Music Fest this weekend, so I know everyone's excited to see how that goes.
Well, if you're at Music Fest and you see someone canoeing the Mississippi River, it might be Anna Traverse Vogel. She's sold on it. So seriously, appreciate you as always, Anna. I love it. I'm really looking forward to getting my edition in the mail. And thanks so very much for joining us. Print is not dead, emphatically. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Appreciate you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Inflation and interest rates, they are still running hot, leaving many consumers hesitant to spend money on items and activities that they truly love. And there's also concerns of a recession, if we're headed towards one, if we're in one right now. Let's bring in a smart shopping expert, Trey Bodge, to talk more about consumers and their spending habits, what they're concerned about. Trey, good morning. Let's talk about the latest spending trends and the challenges that Americans face right now.
So thank you so much for having me. This is such an important topic. Obviously, as you said, inflation continues to arise, and what we are seeing right now is a bit of a spending slowdown year over year, and then from March over February, month over month. Consumers are keeping their wallets a little bit closer. They're spending less. But of course, at the same time, we're heading into summer. We're wanting to travel. We have all these gifts to give: Mother's Day, Father's Day, grads, weddings. And so it's a tough time because consumers want to spend, but may not have the money to do so. And we're obviously avoiding debt as well because debt is more expensive. So it's a little bit of a tricky time financially for many Americans.
Yeah, no question about it, Trey. And I was just going to ask you, I mean, we got Mother's Day this weekend. Next month, we have Father's Day. Got a couple graduates in my family, got to get gifts for. How do we stay on budget with all this stuff?
So that is a great question, and that is really the key point here. We want to stay on budget. So I would suggest taking a couple minutes and taking a look at your budget, seeing if there's wiggle room, and then getting a sense of how much you can spend per person, and then planning your gift giving accordingly. The other thing that I would say is look for ways to save. Because this is such a big gift giving time, a lot of retailers will be offering sales. And so you should take advantage of looking at your favorite deal site to see if you can maybe get a coupon or earn some cash back. And then also don't ignore your memberships. You might have discounts coming that you don't even know are there. So for example, if you're an AARP member and you haven't bought some flowers for mom yet, there are amazing discounts with FTD. You can save 25% site-wide right now. And there are ways to save additionally on select bouquets by using code AARP30 or AARP40 to save on select bouquets. So by taking those extra steps, you can save significantly.
I like those ideas, memberships, coupons, that sort of thing. What about celebrations? Going out and trying to fight the crowds on Mother's Day is something that nobody wants to be a part of. And I understand that maybe celebrating at home might be a better option. Tell me more.
Yeah, so I love that. I mean, I am not one to go out and fight the crowds on Mother's Day either. And obviously, sometimes there's a prefix menu and there aren't things on there that everyone wants. And so I say celebrate at home. And a great way to do that is to do it collaboratively with the people around you. Have a potluck. Everyone loves to show off their favorite or their famous cookie recipe or their chili recipe. Have everyone bring something. And that obviously impacts the amount of time that you're spending to plan, and also the amount that you're spending as well financially. So that's a really good way to lighten the load and have a great time at the same time.
So after we get all this, Mother's Day, Father's Day, graduations, we're still trying to keep to that budget, stick to it as much as possible. And sometimes your health and health checkups might get in the way of that, or at least you don't want to initially spend for something like that. How can we stay on the budget, but yet still pay attention to our health to keep it at optimal levels?
Right. So throughout the pandemic, so many people stopped going to the doctor. Obviously, we were afraid to for a while, and then we just kind of put those things on the back burner. So I'm suggesting to everyone to get back on that schedule, get your regular checkups, because obviously health problems are more expensive than being healthy, right? And then I would also say if you're interested in maybe getting your hearing checked or your eyes checked, these are very important things as well. And if you happen to be an AARP member, there are ways to save on both of those areas. So believe it or not, there are ways to save on your healthcare as well. And so you really want to keep up with those appointments and then make sure to get your hearing and eyes checked at the same time.
Anything else, Trey, before we let you go? This has been some great ideas and suggestions for people.
Yeah, so the last thing that I would say, because interest is so high, it's really important to try to avoid credit card debt, because debt becomes more expensive when the interest rates are high. So try to stay within your budget when you're buying these gifts or hosting these gatherings, and you'll be much better for it.
All right, Trey Baj, a smart shopping expert there. We really appreciate you joining us here on the Digital Desk. Thanks for the recommendations and suggestions. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, well, can the police hold you at gunpoint in your home without a warrant? Well, that's a big question that two renters are asking after police mistakenly raided their apartment in the middle of the night and then took them into custody. Our national investigative reporter, Brandon Keefe, looks into that case out of Georgia and discovered some of the officers actually worked for the apartment complex while off duty.
Roswell Police, if you're inside, make yourself known now.
No knock.
Roswell Police, come to the sound of my voice. Just heard the door close.
No warrant.
Hey, man, come. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. Manos arriba.
Were you afraid? ¿Tuviste miedo?
Sí, tuve miedo.
Yes, I was afraid. I was scared.
Aquí ahora.
Officers forced Mario Melgar from his apartment at gunpoint and took him into custody.
Get him out of the way.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Why?
Pues no sé por qué.
Well, I don't know, because they put the handcuffs on me for nothing.
708, we wanted to enter. Is someone living?
Is it supposed to be vacant?
It's not supposed to be vacant.
Okay.
The officers with a specialized unit were looking for squatters in vacant apartments in June of last year. A broken window attracted their attention.
This is 100% supposed to be vacant?
about 90% sure.
The armed entry team had their doubts from the beginning.
Looks pretty furnished. Hold it, I can go confirm. You go confirm before we go further into this.
Detective Charles Craig checked the rent roll again and again.
A bunch of squatters, but I don't think this is going to be related.
That apartment was listed as occupied and fully paid up on rent.
Do you live here? Yeah. You live here? Yeah. Okay, show them vacant.
Even after Detective Craig checked the list, Mario and his roommate Marco were detained as suspects.
Pero tienes derechos. You have rights.
Exactamente.
Exactly. The rent roll that you're referring to, the document that you're checking for vacancies on, where did you receive that document from?
I got it from the property manager.
Both Detective Craig and the officer with the ballistic shield and gun just inside the apartment received paychecks from the city and from the apartments.
Did you know Officer Craig worked for this apartment complex as an extra job?
No.
When a private business hires an off-duty police officer, they get more than just the person. They get the police uniform, the officer's badge, the officer's gun, their arrest powers, and in some cases, on-duty loyalty to their off-duty employer.
I f***ed up. I read the list wrong. It wasn't their list that was wrong. I read it wrong.
We don't know how much money the apartments paid any of the officers because the Roswell Police Department doesn't track off-duty hours or pay.
How long after that time when you realized this apartment wasn't on the list of vacant apartments did you finally release the person who was in handcuffs?
Too long, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. And during that 10 to 15 minutes, if you had to estimate, how many more times do you think you lied to try to save face during that interaction with the officers and the person who was handcuffed?
Multitude on the same thing to try to save face and try to make it go away.
I don't understand. They're supposed to be here?
Yeah, they're good. They live here.
Mario and Marco were released with an apology.
When we determined the officer lied, he was told that he was going to be terminated and he quit before he was fired.
What would you like to see changed?
I would like them to be more careful.
Ten cuidado.
Show me your hands!
So that type of things don't happen again.
Get him out of the way.
Well, Detective Craig resigned in lieu of termination. He and the apartment complex didn't respond to multiple written offers to participate in this particular story that you just saw. Most police departments require officers to get approval for those extra jobs. Some track hours and pay, others don't do that. Roswell, Georgia told our team that those private transactions are between the outside employer and the off-duty officer, even though they are wearing the city's uniform, badge, and also gun. A live look right now from downtown Memphis. Really nice out there. Traffic running smoothly. Another look from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis. Sun shining. Let's go ahead and get a check of your forecast from meteorologist Spencer Denton.
It is Wednesday, May the 10th, and our rain chances are going up as we go through the afternoon. We're looking at about a 60% chance between noon and 3, and off and on rain chances. Maybe a few thunderstorms will continue as we go into the late evening hours. This morning, we have the rain that's lifting off from parts of central Mississippi. Now, as we go into the afternoon, we'll see more scattered showers and storms continue to develop, especially in the early afternoon hours. Through late afternoon, it's going to go from south to north, so temperatures are going to be quite different depending on your location, but we're looking for heavy rain, gusty wind and lightning. Not a big severe threat with this. We'll see it move off to the north by 6 p.m. and then just some lingering showers as we go through midnight tonight. Most of that ends tomorrow morning, but another batch comes through as we go through the day tomorrow. Scattered showers and storms approaching from Arkansas and will continue to move off to the east as we go through tomorrow evening. So a couple of different rounds of showers and storms, and that means we could pick up 1 to 1.5, maybe 2 inches of rain over eastern Arkansas, about a ½ inch to an inch east of Memphis as we go through the next couple of days. We'll keep you posted as always on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. You can track it yourself using the live radar, so be sure and check that out. 86 degrees today. Look for a 60% chance of rain by this afternoon. So we start with clouds and sun, end with some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Now temperatures probably going to be all over the place, but a little bit warmer West Tennessee because it will take a little longer for the showers and storms to get to you, so mid to upper 80s there. But low to mid 80s across much of North Mississippi with showers or storms beginning earlier in the day, and you can see low 80s across much of eastern Arkansas as well. So not as hot as yesterday, even though we did hit 90 for the first time yesterday. Probably not quite that hot over the next few days. We'll see about a 60% chance again on Thursday with that second round coming through. Then only a 30% chance. So a 1 in 3 shot of seeing a shower or storm through the weekend, and temperatures back in the upper 80s, maybe near 90 in a few spots Saturday or Sunday, and then they back down again with rain chances going up for Monday of next week.
Okay, University of Phoenix survey commissioned with the Harris Poll highlights the responsibilities and opportunities to create inclusive work environments for employees with disabilities. Let's bring in Kelly Herman. She is the Vice President of Accessibility, Equity, and Inclusion for the University of Phoenix to talk more about this. Kelly, good morning. Let's talk about what, in fact, is accessibility in the workplace.
Sure. Thanks for having me this morning. So disability, as we know, is an aspect of diversity, and accessibility allows us to ensure that people with disabilities feel included and welcomed. And so it means that we've taken some steps to provide reasonable accommodations so that our individuals with disabilities can perform their tasks independently. But it also means that businesses and organizations or institutions of learning, like where I work, have taken some steps to provide resources and tools that actually remove barriers to full participation and access.
So tell us about this survey about workplace accessibility and what were some of the key findings, Kelly?
Sure. So at the University of Phoenix, we're focused on adult learners and on preparing them for the next step in their career journey. So we wanted to learn a little bit more about the experiences that employees with disabilities were having from an HR lens so that we could share that information with our students and have them use that information as they prepare for their next steps and potentially having to advocate for themselves and request accommodations as they build their social capital. So we learned that nearly 3 in 4 HR professionals wish their company would do more for individuals with disabilities. But at the same time, 94% of them told us that their company has programs, initiatives, or activities in place to hire, train, and or retain employees with disabilities, which obviously is great news. We also wanted to look a little bit more about mental health and well-being. And it's been a growing concern since the start of the pandemic. And most HR professionals indicated that their company does provide insurance so that employees can go out and get the resources that they need. But some direct services that our students might be accustomed to on college campuses today may not be as prevalent. So things like workshops or partnerships for free or discounted counseling, employee resource groups or ERGs, and on-site counseling, just to name a few.
So how can employees with disabilities thrive in the workplace? And then what are we supposed to do? I know that there's a Global Accessibility Awareness Day. How should we mark that day?
Sure. So great questions. And I think, for employees with disabilities, first and foremost, they need to understand a little bit more about how their disability affects them. We say often that when you've met one person with a disability, you've met exactly one person with a disability. There's an individual nature to how that diagnosis is going to affect each individual person. And the person themselves has to understand more about what it means for them and what it means for accommodations, especially as they ask their employer for those accommodations or talk about their disability with others. And I think when you look at Global Accessibility Awareness Day, this year will be the 12th year that that we're marking that day, and it really is intended to raise awareness and help all of us learn more about how disability affects individuals, what it means to be disabled in today's society, especially with an emphasis and focus on digital content and resources. So things like looking at your website and how individuals with disabilities might interact with them, thinking about even simple things like sharing hyperlinks when you've got those really long alphabet soup URLs, making those into descriptive hyperlinks to make them a little bit easier for individuals with disabilities who use assistive technology to navigate through those. Those are some of the things that we can look at in terms of Global Accessibility Awareness Day. And for all of us who are colleagues and allies, learning more about disability, learning more about accommodations, and what our role is in creating inclusive environments and how we can be supportive of our colleagues, and maybe not necessarily think about accommodations as a get out of jail free card, but more so for our colleagues as the important step that they need to be able to level the playing field so that they can demonstrate what they can do.
Talked about a number of different issues there. Any place we can go online to find all this stuff, including the survey from the Harris poll?
Absolutely. You can go to phoenix.edu/media-center.
Okay, Kelly Herman, we really appreciate you joining us on the Digital Desk. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
Well, Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and I've been looking forward to doing this interview. One of my favorite people to talk to, commercial appeal food reporter Jennifer Chandler, joining us back here on the Digital Desk after some international travels. Jennifer, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Yeah, I've been excited. Obviously, I follow you on Instagram, so I've seen a lot about your travels, but kind of share with people what you've been up to.
So I just got back Sunday, so I still have a little jet lag, but I'm moving forward. My daughter, my youngest daughter, goes to University of Tennessee, and she had the opportunity to study abroad this past semester in London. And mom over here couldn't let her go over there without me checking on her at least once. So I went to the end of her program, and we spent 4 or 5 days in London, and I let her show me London through her eyes after having lived there for 4 or 5 months, and just had an amazing time. We were there right before the coronation, so we were able to see there are all these flags up everywhere, and on the last day we're there on Sunday, which was not quite, just a little under a week away from the coronation. We actually walked what would have been the parade route, and we walked from Westminster and Big Ben and saw all of those touristy things. And then we walked up to Buckingham Palace, and I kept looking around, and I saw the tents, the media tents set up, and I just couldn't find one for the commercial appeal or Channel 5 News. I was very disappointed that they didn't have a spot for us there.
What were they thinking? Don't they?
I mean, I don't know. But I will tell you, people always talk about London, and they talk about how the food is not good. And I have to tell you, I ate so well when we were in London. I mean, I was blown away about the food. I mean, obviously, I started with, one of the first nights I was there, I had traditional fish and chips, but it was so much better than I remembered. I went to, there's now fish and chips restaurants, and when I with this dish, I was drinking a gin and tonic, and I mean, it was so much fun. We also went to Borough Market, which, if you've never been, it is a must stop for anyone going to London. It is a kind of like a farmer's market restaurant court outside that's been there for, gosh, I should have looked up this beforehand, but I mean, I think it's over 100 years old, and if not longer, and just amazing food. And it was strawberry season, and so we were able to get these strawberries that they were just the juiciest, most fabulous strawberries you've ever had in your life. And to take it over the top, they serve them with milk chocolate all over them, and that was such a fun thing. And there's a great grilled cheese sandwich over there. It's called a toasty, and I'm going to completely butcher the name of the spot, but it's like Capon something. Just Google the famous toasty at Borough Market, and was the best grilled cheese sandwich I had ever had in my entire life. It was so good.
Yeah, I mean, and the strawberries, you were talking about it being strawberry season. I know, so I went and visited my brother in Asia, and just some of the fruit and fresh vegetables there was just out of this world. So I can only imagine, you were talking about the juiciness of the strawberries, it being strawberry season and all of that. So I bet it was delicious. And with that chocolate on top of it, taking it over the top.
So good. And we also did, I mean, I had to, Sarah was over there on a college budget, so they did a ton of fun things, and they had a great time, but they didn't do some of the traditional, they're almost kind of touristy things that you do. So when Mom came over, I definitely booked us a high tea. One of my favorites, and I had done this before a number of years ago, was at Brown's Hotel, which again is an historic hotel, and they pull out all the stops and the scones and the clotted cream, and then the desserts. It was just, it was magic, and it was perfect. And this is an interesting tidbit that I didn't know. So my daughter has a nut allergy, so I let them know ahead of time. So they made some special things for her that had no nuts. And I randomly asked, I said, well, with allergies, you guys were so good with this. What if you're gluten-free? Can you do high tea? Because it was literally, we were mini sandwiches and we were scones and we were desserts. And at the Brown Hotel, they said that they can, if you give them advance notice, they can make, I think, everything but the scones gluten-free for you. So if you're traveling and you have some type of food allergies or such, let them know ahead of time and you can take care of it.
That's impressive. That's really cool that they can accommodate for something like that. And of course, if you're in London, you have to do the tea, the high tea. So it was a must do. And I love that, you got to experience London kind of from your daughter's perspective too. She'd been kind of exploring the area, and so you were able to get to see some of the extra nooks and crannies and that sort of thing. Have you ever been to London before, or was this kind of your first time?
No, I had been to London before, and this was so much fun because when I was in college, I did a semester abroad in England. I was actually in Oxford, but we would go to London a lot. So I've been to London and, a number of times, but it was interesting to see how her experience was different than mine was 30 years ago, plus. But it was kind of fun to do. But one of the things that I think I sent you a picture, I don't know if it came through, but was the Lamb and the Flag, which was, this was a cool pub. You had to do, we lucked out with gorgeous weather most of the time we were there. And on the Saturday afternoon, it was just beautiful. And in Covent Garden, there is this pub there that Charles Dickens used to hang out at. So we went and had a pint there and had that kind of experience. So it was just a really great London trip. And then we couldn't stop there. Sarah never really did Eastern Europe. So we went to Austria and Germany for the second week and just had a ball in Vienna. We saw lots of museums. We learned all about Empress Sisi and the history there. We went to an opera at the famous Venice Opera House, which you can get cheap seats the day of that are I think they were 15 euros. So that's maybe $17, $18. It's standing room, but you're literally front and center. It was the most amazing seats ever. So if you're going, remember that instead of spending $200 or $300 on a ticket, you can get a really cheap one the day of. But we ate Wiener Schnitzel. We ate and I don't know how to pronounce it, but they have a boiled beef dish that's famous in Austria. We went to Hotel Soccer and had the famous soccer tort. We were normally splitting desserts, but we each got our own that day. And I learned out that our Hotel Bristol across the street actually served the original soccer tort there at their bar. So I had it 2 days in a row. The Austrians have a tradition that I really want to keep going, which is every afternoon you have a coffee and a dessert. So we did the soccer tort one day for that. We did apple strudel one day for that. It was really, really good. And after we left Venice, we went to Salzburg, which is the most idyllic little town I've ever been to. We did the Sound of Music tour. We got to see all the sights from the movie. We went to Mozart's birthplace. It was just really, really great. And it was we had a ball. And one of the things I had to laugh is we also went to, when we were in Munich, we went to the Hofbrauhaus, which the last time I had been there, I was 20 and studying abroad, just like Sarah was. So maybe she'll take her daughter or son there, a few years from now when they turn 20 and get a chance to be over there. But one of the things that we did try that I would not have tried it, but Conrad Spitzhart is the executive pastry chef at the Peabody Hotel, and he's Austrian. And I asked him for suggestions on what to eat and, any place to go. And one of the things he said is try the pork knuckle. And I was like, what? And I was like, I don't know about this. But we took his advice. We went to the restaurant that he recommended, which was called again, my German is terrible, Melker Stiftsteller. It was in Vienna. And it was actually a very cool restaurant that it was in a wine cellar, that it was basically 1,000-year-old wine cellar. But this dish was great. It's like they slow roast the pork knuckle, and you can see how big this piece of meat is. Oh, that's not the pork knuckle. Sorry, that's the. I'm just talking and not saying. Those are the sausages that we had in Vienna too. The Wurstelstands, which there again, I was like, I don't know if I normally want to get a hot dog on the street stand. There was a big long line of this Wurstelstand that was in front of the Albertina Museum, and I looked it up and it said it was one of the best. We stood in line. And those were the best sausages I've ever eaten in my entire life. I mean, the big one that you see is, I don't remember the name, but it's a kind of a little bit of a spicy one that they actually take the bread and they hollow out the baguette and they put it in there. But the one that you see laying out that has like the leaves on it, that is called Bosna, and it is a white sausage, and they put like cilantro and a little bit of mustard, and then they put curry powder on it. And it was so good. Standing on the street eating this. But going back to the pork knuckle, try the pork knuckle. It is, if you go over there, it is great. And I think this is going to be the perfect segue into what we were really going to talk about on this, which is the Memphis World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. One of the things that I sent a text to Comrade thanking him for the suggestion, and he goes, yep, us Austrians really know how to do pork. So that's one of the things that Austria has in common with Memphis, Tennessee. Their love of all things pork.
That's great. And of course, I know you had an article that dropped this morning, 9 things that you shouldn't miss at the Memphis in May World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. You want to go through some of those?
Yes. I will. It's one of those things that, whether you're a tourist or a Memphian, it is so much fun to go down there and see the river. I'm so glad it's back on the river. And I can't wait to see the new park and how the layout is going to be. I was not in town last weekend for Music Fest, so I did not get to see that, but I've heard good things and I hear it's beautiful. So I'm so excited to go next week. But some of the things that I always like to tell people when you're planning when you're going to go is you might want to plan around some of these activities so that you can do more than just walking around and peeking at booths. So you can kind of see some of the fun. So the first thing is on Wednesday night is sauce wrestling. And if you've never seen the sauce wrestling, it's something that everyone should see at least once in their life because it is one of a kind. I mean, you have to be a member of a team to participate in this. And you basically do wrestling in a pit all covered in barbecue sauce. It is not something I would want to do, but it sure is fun to watch. And my advice is don't get too close if you have your favorite white shirt on, because that barbecue sauce, when they start wrestling around, goes flying everywhere. It's pretty crazy. One of our photographers one year went and did not know that. And then the next year when she went in like one of those like garbage bags that she covered herself so that her camera and everything stayed safe because there was so much barbecue sauce over her the first time that she went. But that's a very fun thing to do. And that kind of kicks off everything on Wednesday night. Yeah. The last time I checked, the time wasn't officially announced, but it's usually around 6 o'clock. So that's a good time to go and go at 5, get your bearings, and then to watch that, and then kind of delve into the fun of the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest.
I was looking at the picture of the commercial appeal. I was looking at the picture of the commercial appeal, and it looks like the people that participate take it very seriously. Like it's no joke.
Oh, yeah, it's no joke. It's no joke. I actually think that some of these teams may hire some professional wrestlers to get involved in here. It's real wrestling. Yeah, it's something I would never jump in that pit with them ever. So one of the things that I think that people always ask too about when they go down to this event is, you can't eat the barbecue unless you know somebody in a team. You can't eat anything that's being served by the teams. So people are like, well, why do I want to go? And if I can't taste real barbecue? And so Memphis in May over the years has kind of figured out ways that you can have experiences that you can taste the barbecue. And one of them is their barbecue alley experience. And this is relatively new. I feel like it's definitely been within the past 5 years. And so what they do is they've invited wresturants and some teams, and they come and they basically set up almost like a food court within the park, and you can go through and you can taste World Championship barbecue, and it's a ticketed thing. It's it's on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I'm trying to see if I have the times written down on my piece of paper. I don't. It's $25 a ticket, and you can buy some online in advance, but you can also buy it there. And it's basically all you can eat barbecue. So that's one way that you can try barbecue. Another way, and this is something you do have to plan in advance, is the Kingsford Tour of Champions. And if you've not done this, this is one of my favorite activities to do at this event, at the barbecue cooking contest. But basically you sign up in advance. Tickets are $30 each. It's just on Thursdays and Fridays. And I think there are 3 different times a day. And what you do, it's an hour-and-a-half tour, and you go and you visit 3 different teams, and they pull out all the stops. They basically do what is similar to the presentation that they do at finals for the judges. So you kind of get to have that experience where they talk about what makes either their shoulder or their ribs or their whole hog, what makes it special. They kind of show you about how they cook it. You see it on the pits. You get to meet these famous pit masters, because a lot of the people that participate in this are some of the top pit masters around the country. And the most important thing is you get to taste their world championship barbecue specialties. So it's always a fun thing to do. And you do get to vote on your favorites. And that's actually an award at the end of the, I think they present it on Saturday, or they might present it on Friday night, is who is the fan favorite that participated in that tour. So that's a fun way to get to taste, and my favorite way to get to really experience and kind of understand what's going on at the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest, which I always still want to call Barbecue Fest, which that's a long-term Olympian thing that we're not allowed to.
I'm used to
and what?
No, I was saying I'm used to calling it that too.
I know, it's a mouthful otherwise. But another cool way that you can kind of sometimes get to, I can't guarantee you'll get to try something on this one. I've had where people have maybe given you a taste of something before, but it's also very informational to understand kind of behind the scenes what these teams go through, is the Cooker Caravan. And this is actually a free tour that is given, and it's about an hour or so long, and they take you to various teams, and they talk about the latest in barbecue techniques and what they do and gear and things like that. So if you love to cook barbecue in your own backyard, or you just are curious about how people are making it, this is kind of a fun, easy thing that you don't necessarily have to plan in advance. I would, if you're thinking of doing it one afternoon, and if the weather is beautiful and it looks like there are a lot of people in the park, is that you may want to go by the Cooker Caravan tent and go ahead and get yourself your ticket and signed up for the list for one of the tours that you wanted to do. But it's definitely another fun, interactive way to kind of really feel what the festival is, rather than just being a sightseer and such. So moving on to activities, Miss Piggy Idol. Have you ever been to that?
No, I've never been, but it looks like it's quite the performance.
It is quite the performance. That's a very good way to put that. It's one of my favorite things because it is so funny. I mean, these teams practice, for months getting ready to put on the best show that they can. And it's usually guys dressed up as Miss Piggy. And it's just, I don't know. It is a barrel of laughs and a lot of fun. And it is traditionally on the Thursday night. Again, it'll start sometime around 6:30. And it's just a great way to kind of kick off the festivities of the night, because that's one of the things that happens at this event is when the sun goes down, it becomes a real big party. And both sauce wrestling and Miss Piggy Idol are fun ways to kind of like, okay, here I am, let's kick off this evening and do something crazy and watch this. And it kind of sets the tone. And one of the things that they do is, again, since it is such a party, there is live music every night after starting around 7:00 or something like that, 7 or 7:30 on the stage. So you can see, look at the lineup this year. I think Al Capone and the Sugar Hill Gang are on May 18th. Cracker is on May 19th, and Nolan Taylor and Dale Watson will close out the contest on Saturday night, May 20th. So great live music to be had. So another thing that I love to do is one of the awards that's given every year is for the best booth. And so this is a great thing to do, is to walk along and just check out the booths, because again, these teams go all out about, the event and the festival and the theme and just, and so they're some crazy decorated booths that you'll see as you walk up and down the rows. And so definitely plan time to just kind of sightsee and check out all of the different booths. And this is an award that's given, and I think it's usually presented maybe on Friday night for the Best Booth Award. I'm really sad. One of the ones that always wins every year, Pork Illustrated, is not participating this year. And I'm very, very sad because they have won it several. I don't know if they won it last year, but they won it the year before. I mean, they just won it several years. And so I'm going to have to find some new favorite ones to do. There's somebody that does the Game of Thrones. There's ones that have, I don't know. It's just crazy and fun to go watch and see with the booths. And that's a really good activity to do in the afternoon before the sun goes down and check that out.
And of course, it's back on the river. So the sunset at night, gorgeous.
That's one of my things. That's what I was going to end with. The sunset on the river is definitely, if it were me, I would go at 4:30, 5 o'clock, get the lay of the lands, kind of walk around, see the booths, and then go see one of these activities that are going on. And then definitely make sure that you position yourself near the river to watch the sunset goes down, because it's so pretty and breathtaking down there. And the last thing I was going to say is Judging Day. A lot of people, for years, I didn't think, I'm not going to go to Judging Day. Why would I go to Judging Day? That's boring. All the parties are on, Thursday and Friday. But consider going on Judging Day if you're into barbecue, because, and if you do that, go in the morning, because that's when, it's very odd, because it's the whole park is this party atmosphere, and it's loud and it's bustling on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday morning, there's a hush all over the park. And that's when everyone gets down to business, because that's when the judging happens for the ribs, the shoulder, and the whole hog, which are the 3 serious categories that get you in running for the grand champion. And everyone gets down to business on those days. And it's interesting to see how serious they are. And then you can sometimes peek and watch, because there is on-site judging for all of those categories. So judges go into the tents and they get the whole presentation, kind of like I was talking about for the Kingsford Tour Champions that you would get, where they get this whole spiel on what makes their product so good and their dish so wonderful, and what's special about their pig and how did they cook it. And you can sometimes peek and see, because all the tents are open, and kind of watch what that's going on. And it's just kind of an interesting time to be there if you've never done it. It's not the party time for sure, but it's all about the barbecue on Saturday morning and Saturday early afternoon.
Down to business. Well, Jennifer, you always bring it every single time we chat with you. I appreciate it so much. I'm so glad you got to have some special memories with your daughter traveling abroad, and we'll see you next time, all right?
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, are you among the millions of Americans looking to buy your next home this year? Perhaps you're looking at the higher interest rates, maybe questioning whether or not you should buy, even if it's possible in our current market. All kinds of trends. Maybe you want to find the right home right now. Maybe you want to wait. Let's talk about the state of real estate and the latest housing numbers, and perhaps a little bit of advice right now. Let's talk to RE/MAX President, CEO Nick Bailey. He joins us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Good morning, Nick. Let's talk about the latest housing market trends that you're seeing. How are you?
I'm great, Andrew. Thanks for having me. Well, I can say the spring market is here, and it has some bright spots. We're off to a good start. For example, on average, home sales are up just over 30% from February to March, which is a big number. However, there are a few other things that are happening that I think is important for buyers and sellers to know. Is even though the spring market's off to a good start, inventories are still fairly tight. And even though inventory levels have come up, you look at in the Memphis area, just over 47%, they're still fairly low. And that's what's keeping prices where they are. Prices in your area have only in the last year come down around 1%. So they're holding fairly steady. But for buyers, there's something that's even more important happening that's helping them, which is they're not competing against as many buyers right now. And houses are actually selling for around 1% under the ask price, which is vastly different than a year ago when buyers were competing against multiple people and most houses were selling well over their asking price. And so that all combined right now is good news for buyers.
With higher interest rates, especially higher than last year, Nick, what do buyers need to know in order to get into the right house?
Well, interest rates have definitely been at the center of the conversation over the past many months. And so I think the most important thing for buyers to realize is that having a good lender, shopping your rate, and more importantly, looking at maybe mortgage products that are not just the 30-year fixed rate. Everyone has only been talking about the 30-year fixed because it was so low. But the reality is right now, there are lower interest rate products available for buyers. Things like adjustable rate mortgages. There are interest rate buy down opportunities, first-time home buyer programs that have lower rates. All in all, we kind of have a saying that comes into this market, which is buyers need to marry the house and date the rate. Find the right house for you and make sure you've got the right down payment, but you can always refinance. Shall more favorable rates be in our future?
So, Nick, we have thousands of people that watch us here on the digital desk. What would you say if there were like bullet points for those, prospective home buyers out there? If there were 3 bullet points you could give them this morning when it comes to looking for that perfect house, what would it be?
Number 1, have a great agent, because a really experienced, good agent that knows the specifics of the market today can help you navigate the space. And let's face it, buying or selling a home is a complex process and makes people nervous. And having a good, trusted advisor that knows how to navigate the market can make all the difference in the world. Number 2, for a buyer, get pre-qualified. Get with your lender and make sure you understand what you can afford with the interest rates, what they are today, so that it can ease your home shopping experience and you will know what price range to match your needs. And I think the third piece is, as a buyer, don't take yourself out of the market just because interest rates have gone up. There are ways to become a buyer today when you've got the right agent and lender on your side, looking at all the options that are available.
Great stuff there. So we've talked about the buyer's market. Let's talk about the seller's market here. Let's say you want to sell in this market, cash out of your house. What do you tell those sellers out there?
So sellers, make sure you get real on your price. Even though your prices are holding fairly steady, we're not seeing that crazy double-digit price appreciation that we did a year or 2 ago. And so when you've got your home priced right, you're actually set up to sell at the best possible price. Versus the biggest mistake sellers can make is, oh, well, let's try it higher than the market and we can always come down. On average, you end up selling for anywhere from 5 to 8% less than market value when you do that. So avoid that mistake. And then the second thing I would tell sellers is, because homes are staying on the market just a little bit longer, that means that buyers have a chance to look at more homes. And so you might have to do some slight home improvements, have your house staged properly, get it in show condition, because a house that's priced right and looks good is absolutely the best formula to sell it in the least amount of time for the most amount of money.
We've talked about a lot here, Nick. Can viewers get some of this information online anywhere?
Absolutely. Go to remax.com, whether you're a buyer or a seller. Great information to help you navigate the process.
Okay, President and CEO of RE/MAX, Nick Bailey, giving us some great tips and suggestions and ways for both buyers and sellers to be successful this year. I appreciate the time, Nick. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
It is Wednesday, May the 10th, and our rain chances are going up as we go through the afternoon. We're looking at about a 60% chance between noon and 3, and off and on rain chances. Maybe a few thunderstorms will continue as we go into the late evening hours. This morning, we have the rain that's lifting off from parts of central Mississippi. Now, as we go into the afternoon, we'll see more scattered showers and storms continue to develop, especially in the early afternoon hours. Through late afternoon, it's going to go from south to north, so temperatures are going to be quite different depending on your location, but we're looking for heavy rain, gusty wind and lightning. Not a big severe threat with this. We'll see it move off to the north by 6 p.m. and then just some lingering showers as we go through midnight tonight. Most of that ends tomorrow morning, but another batch comes through as we go through the day tomorrow. Scattered showers and storms approaching from Arkansas and will continue to move off to the east as we go through tomorrow evening. So a couple of different rounds of showers and storms, and that means we could pick up 1 to 1.5, maybe 2 inches of rain over eastern Arkansas, about a ½ inch to an inch east of Memphis as we go through the next couple of days. We'll keep you posted as always on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. You can track it yourself using the live radar, so be sure and check that out. 86 degrees today. Look for a 60% chance of rain by this afternoon. So we start with clouds and sun, end with some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Now temperatures probably going to be all over the place, but a little bit warmer West Tennessee because it will take a little longer for the showers and storms to get to you, so mid to upper 80s there. But low to mid 80s across much of North Mississippi with showers or storms beginning earlier in the day, and you can see low 80s across much of eastern Arkansas as well. So not as hot as yesterday, even though we did hit 90 for the first time yesterday. Probably not quite that hot over the next few days. We'll see about a 60% chance again on Thursday with that second round coming through. Then only a 30% chance, so a 1 in 3 shot of seeing a shower or storm through the weekend, and temperatures back in the upper 80s, maybe near 90 in a few spots Saturday or Sunday, and then they back down again with rain chances going up for Monday of next week.
All right, Shelby County's new juvenile detention center is almost ready to open. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office, headed by Sheriff Floyd Bonner, is in charge of the youth facility. We have Joyce Peterson now, who has details on how this one building could be a game changer for troubled youth and their families. Take a look.
Doors on the opposite side. Takitha Tuggle, Assistant Chief of the Shelby County Juvenile Detention Center, counting the days until they move young offenders out of the 88-year-old building on Adams and into the new Youth Justice and Education Center on Old Getwell near Lamar.
You don't want them to feel like they're in a dungeon. That's not what it's all about. It's all about, we're not judging a kid. We're here to provide a service for them.
Chief Tuggle says the new facility offers more space, 146 beds versus about 58 currently. There's more natural light with lots of windows and skylights. Double the number of classrooms where kids spend 8 hours a day in school. There's a computer lab, a culinary kitchen for cooking classes, a full-size basketball court inside and one outside, along with a soccer field, and lots of green space, something the young people don't have on Adams.
Basketball, if they want to do yoga, if they just want to walk around and do nothing and just breathe and have some quiet time to themselves, we want them to be able to do that.
Mental health and therapeutic counseling will be offered. Medical and, for the first time, dental care will be available on site. Our camera wasn't allowed in today for security reasons, but here's what it looked like when Shelby County commissioners toured the building in 2020. It's the former Core Civic Shelby Training Center, an adult prison getting a $28 million renovation as newly elected Shelby County Juvenile Court Judge Tarek Sugarman attempts to reform the youth justice system.
We are here as an intervention. We're not law enforcement. We're here to intervene and correct behavior that is disruptive in our community. And that's what we have to do.
And soon, Shelby County officials will be doing that work in a building designed to help children be successful.
I have young kids, and I also have a grandchild. And if that was my grandchild, I would want, if my grandchild come here, to be treated with respect, dignity, and get the things that a youth should have.
Switching gears now, chaos at a special meeting called at the Memphis Shelby Memphis Shelby County School Board after the board announced it will hold on whether to search for a new superintendent. Okay, so there were a lot of people upset about this. Board members say they chose to have this search on pause right now to focus on a proposed $1.9 billion budget for next year to support student testing, turn attention to students graduating. The meeting took a turn during the public comment portion when one former district educator turned advocate was turned away from the microphone for violating meeting rules. Another attendee also made a scene while leaving the meeting, leaving behind a noise-making device. As for the board's business, the superintendent search process is not on hold forever, according to board members, but the action left many in the room confused and uncertain about what comes next. Listen.
I didn't want the process to be rushed. Take your time and identify the best candidate possible. Superintendent of the school district is in charge of all our students. Take your time.
Superintendent for the kids. So I know emotions are high, and they're supposed to be high. This is one of the most important roles in the city. So on Friday, it's going to be a good session. It's going to be a session where we put a lot of things on the table. But what I want you guys to hear is nothing stopped tonight. Nothing was suspended tonight.
All right, so board members said they didn't have time to really kind of ask the tough questions about this process, even though it's been in the works for months. The board is set to meet Friday to decide what comes next in this process. All right, let's talk about this crash here. One person's in critical condition at LeBonner Children's Hospital after police say they were ejected from a vehicle in a Hickory Hill crash. This happened at the intersection of Tulip Tree Drive and Clark Road around 7 o'clock last night. Again, this is a juvenile sent to LeBonner Children's Hospital in critical. No word on what was the reason for that crash. All right, we're learning some new details here about the incident that sparked a flood of Memphis police officers all over Baptist Memorial Hospital in East Memphis Monday night. We're also hearing from the family of the man whose home was shot up by one of the suspect's stray bullets that started the entire ordeal. This is separate from the person who is accused of breaking into cars on the hospital's campus. Walter Murphy has more.
Went all the way through your house.
Yep, all the way through.
This father, who didn't want to be identified, is still a little shaken up after he says he was minding his business Monday night, winding down from a long day with his wife and 3 kids, ages 11, 7, and 6, when all of a sudden
the kids, they came out. They're like, what's going on? So I told her, get on, get on the ground. They're shooting stuff. So we crawled in the kitchen and pulled them down on the ground.
That bullet came from Emerald Park Apartments, behind the spot the family of 5 call home. The crossfire, a result of an argument between 22-year-old Quintez Taylor, 22-year-old Caleb Knox, and 18-year-old Rayshun Odom. According to Memphis Police, Odom was dropped off at St. Francis Hospital by a private vehicle. All 3 of those men were shot, and according to Memphis Police, Odom was dropped off at St. Francis Hospital by a private vehicle. Taylor and Knox took themselves to Baptist Memorial. After a crowd of around a dozen showed up to Baptist, and 3 people connected to Taylor and Knox attempted to steal a backpack from the Crooks getaway car.
Officers arrived on the scene. They engaged in a foot pursuit and detained 3, 2 males, 1 female.
MPD says the sea of blue at Baptist dissipated quickly. They also say the 3 suspects will be okay, but the father of 3 at the center of it all says that he's grateful his family is okay too, and he's grateful for the swift response from the Memphis Police Department.
All I'm gonna say is, hey man, people, let's get it together, man. If you can't talk it out, box it out. If you box it out, and whoever wins. Gunfire should not be first response. That's actually pretty cowardly to me.
Okay, a judge has ordered Nashville Metro Police to turn over the Covenant school shootings journals and writings to be reviewed. Metro's legal team says they are preparing to release the writings once its investigation wraps up. Now, the Tennessee Firearms Association, the National Police Association sued, saying they're not being released fast enough. They contend that there have been mass shootings after what happened at Covington School, and they've already released writings of the suspected shooters in those cases, and that this is taking way too long. So Nashville detectives are expected to talk more about the writings and its delayed release at a hearing on June 8th. All right, most Americans don't get enough exercise. We've heard that many times, and many say they just don't have enough time. But it seems like you don't need as much time as you think. There is a new study from the CDC that found Americans have more than 5 hours of free time each and every day. It was the subject of our Best Life report. Take a look. When it comes to getting in shape, what's holding you back?
I'm just kind of lazy at times.
Your health. But if you want to become more fit, there's good news. You don't have to go to the extreme measures to see health benefits. In fact, a little bit of physical activity goes a long way. A new study that includes data on more than 30 million adults found that just 11 minutes a day of physical activity, which is roughly half the recommended amount, makes a huge difference in health outcomes. Researchers concluded that 11 minutes a day could lower the risk of heart disease by 17%, cancer by 7%, and early death by 23%. The type of aerobic activity that produced the benefits was described as moderate to vigorous intensity. Moderate intensity usually means you can talk but not sing during the activity. Vigorous intensity means you can't carry on a conversation. Some good aerobic exercises include bike riding, walking, jogging, swimming, dancing, running, and playing tennis. And remember, just 11 minutes a day could be all you need to improve your health. And that also includes improving your mental health, because we know the month of May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And according to the CDC, get this, this is a study here, nearly 3 out of 5 teenage girls feel persistently sad or hopeless. That's the highest level reported over the past decade. That is a startling number, and it's something that we want to talk a little bit more about. Let's bring in Dr. Laura Erickson Schroth. She's Chief Medical Officer of the JED Foundation. Doctor, good morning to you. I appreciate you joining us. Tell us what the JED Foundation is, and what do you make of this recent discovery that 3 out of 5 teenage girls feel sad or hopeless?
Good morning, and thanks so much for having me on the show. The JED Foundation was founded by a couple named Phil and Donna Satow, who lost their son, whose name was Jed, to suicide while he was in college. And so our signature programs revolve around assisting high schools and colleges to set up and strengthen their mental health and suicide prevention programs. And we also have a number of other programs that we run through JED. So we run campaigns to help young people to learn about signs of distress in other young people, how to support them and be there for each other. And then on our website, we have a lot of information for adults, for parents, guardians, teachers, coaches, to learn about mental health issues in young people and how to support them. And, you know, I think you're right that young people are really struggling right now, and we're seeing that in the data. They're living in a different world than we lived in when we were young, you know, so they're seeing things like on their news feeds, they're seeing constant information about really distressing topics. They're also dealing with living their lives online through social media, which can be, you know, super helpful for certain young people to build community if they might be in areas where they don't have as many people in person who they're able to get support from, but also can lead to comparisons and a kind of hijacking of reward systems. I think what's really happening with young people is a lack of social connection and community. So I don't know if you saw that the Surgeon General actually had an op-ed in a report that came out earlier this month where he talked about the epidemic of loneliness in this country. But you know, what he points out is that there are real health impacts of this. So he says that social disconnection through research has been shown to be the equivalent of smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And we're seeing that for young people, they're very much socially disconnected. And that's been changing very rapidly. If you look at, for example, ages 15 to 24, there's been a 70% drop over the last 20 years in the amount of time they spend with friends on a daily basis. So it used to be about 2.5 hours a day in 2003, and now it's about 40 minutes a day. And they're missing that connection. We're humans, we're social creatures. And we know from research that social isolation leads to depression, suicidality, substance use. And we know the opposite's true, that connection and community can decrease depression and decrease suicidality.
You know, you bring up several interesting points. You know, I think of, because I have older teenagers, you know, I think in what they tell me is that this, you know, the phone, as much as we are connected throughout the world now through all kinds of devices like the phone, we're more lonely, we're more isolated. It's kind of ironic in a sad way, but I'm wondering, okay, we have these problems out there. Let's talk about solutions. But before solutions, let's talk about some of the warning signs first, because I would think one of the solutions is less screen time, less phone time, less social media activities, and then focus on real things, real people, and real relationships.
Yeah, I think first of all, for the warning signs, this is something we talk a lot about at JED. We want to make sure that all people, young people and adults, are able to better recognize signs of distress in their friends and in their children. And the people that are closest to them are the ones who are best at doing that, because it's all about change. You know a person and you know how they normally behave and what their mood is normally like. If you see a difference, that's what you're looking for. So you might see things like they're isolating themselves, not spending time with friends and family as much. They're not doing the things that they normally enjoy. Their mood is low, they're more irritable, their eating or sleeping patterns have changed, or they might be starting to have increased use of drugs or alcohol. And those are things where you want to notice and start a conversation. And those conversations may be about belonging and community, like you said. So I don't think it's black and white. I think it's pretty complicated. Social media and online life is kind of the water that young people swim in, and honestly, the water that we all swim in these days. We spend a lot of our lives online, and I don't think that's going to change. But we need to help young people to use those spaces the best that they can to find community and connection, rather than, to have negative effects from them. And we have to help them connect in person in real life to other people. So there are a lot of things we can do. We can encourage them to participate in activities when they're going to meet other young people. We can help them build relationships with adults in their lives who are going to be good supports. I think a lot of times parents are hoping young people will come to them if something's going on, but actually they might be more likely to turn to another adult. So you want to help them from a young age establish trusted relationships with safe adults in your communities. And then you want to help them find a connection to a larger community, to the world, to find their voice. And ways that you can do that is help connect them to things like volunteering, or to getting involved in advocacy for things that they care about, because they'll feel like they have purpose, and it'll also give them a chance to meet other people who have shared interests and care about the same things.
Mother Nature is another one that I hear a lot about when it comes to helping people just kind of getting away from the noise of, for lack of a better term, urban life. And then you connect with nature in some form or fashion. Go to a park and take a walk or a jog, or what have you, a bike ride, just kind of clearing your mind, if you will, because everything that I've seen is, that connection to Mother Nature can really do a benefit, not only physically, but also emotionally.
Absolutely. I think that helps to connect us to the earth, and it also helps to connect us in the way that I was talking about, to feeling a greater sense of purpose and being part of the world. It also helps us to get exercise, and we know through research that exercise is proven to help with mood. And so the combination of exercise and connection to sort of this larger system, or feeling like you're part of a greater community, can be really beneficial.
I enjoyed this this conversation, Doctor. Where can we get some more information about this so that it can help students and parents out there kind of navigate these challenges?
Yeah, so this month, JED has a page for Mental Health Awareness Month where we're specifically looking at ways for young people to seek out community and connection. And that's at jedfoundation.org/MHAM, which stands for Mental Health Awareness Month.
Okay, Dr. Laura Erickson Schroth, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, we know it as the Mid-South. Well, guess what? We are also in the stroke belt, meaning there's a much larger incident of stroke in our region. We have Dr. Anna Yang joining us from Regional One Health. She's talking to us about this issue and why so many people in our area experience a stroke. First off, Dr. Yang, it's glad to have you back on the digital desk. Let's talk about why we are in the stroke belt. What are some of the factors that put us in there?
Yeah, so the stroke belt is this belt in the southeastern portion of the United States, starting with Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas, and then going towards the east. And this area has long been known to just have a higher incidence of strokes compared to the rest of the United States. So to be in the stroke belt, it's about at least 10% greater strokes than the rest of the country. There are a lot of factors that could be contributing to this. There have been a lot of different factors that have been looked into. But obviously what I want to focus on is the ones that we can do something about. So that would include, things like your diet, your risk factors for, high blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, drug use, smoking. And then as far as risk factors, we don't have anything that we can't control. Race, unfortunately, is a factor as well, and African Americans are a lot more likely to have strokes than the rest of the population, which we do have a large population of here.
We always run these PSAs, Dr. Yang, about what to do in case of a stroke. I think the acronym is FACE. Is that what it is? Tell me what the warning signs are.
Yeah, so FACE or FAST. FAST is the most recent one that was out. Yeah, so FAST, so F for face, so you got the first one right. So the facial droop. A for arms, so if one arm is drooping, is weaker than the other side. And then S for speech, so slurred speech. And then T for time, so the faster, to remind you that the faster you see these symptoms, you need to call right away to go to the emergency room.
Okay, and can you talk about what happens in those in the cases of a stroke? I know it's there's a distinction between mini strokes and larger, more dangerous strokes, right?
Sure, yes. So broadly, there are actually two types of strokes. You've got your bleeding type stroke, which accounts for some of it, but the majority of strokes are going to be your blockage type strokes. So in either way, you don't have enough blood flow going to the brain. So what we call mini strokes are basically strokes in a smaller vessel that go away. So you have symptoms and your symptoms resolve, and then when you get your MRI, you don't actually really see anything obvious. And then your big strokes obviously are the ones with significant neurologic deficits, where you don't just have a little bit of weakness or a little bit of numbness, that you may even have permanent disability from it. And these are strokes that you can see when you get the MRI. You can see exactly where in the brain has been affected. But even mini strokes, if you have a mini stroke, it's not something to be taken lightly, because these are risks for having a large stroke within a couple of days to a month even. So even little strokes need to be taken care of and taken seriously.
Yeah, no question. I know that. I've had some family members that have had some of those mini strokes, and it is nothing to mess with. Let's talk about some of these different factors that people cannot control. You said age, race, those are some factors. Tell me about that.
Well, so traditionally we always thought stroke was, a disease of the older people. And in some ways, the older you get, the higher your risk. But at the same time, we're seeing it in a lot of young people too. Just not too long ago, I saw somebody in their 30s who's, thought they were previously healthy have a stroke. So it's not impossible to have a stroke just because you're a young person. We're seeing it more and more often in people in their 40s and 50s. So definitely age is a risk factor, but that's not the only thing we should go by. And yes, race. So African Americans, like I said, have a much higher risk and rate of strokes than a lot of others.
Okay, so if we have thousands of people watching us on the digital desk, Dr. Yang, if there are maybe 3 or 4 bullet points that you could give people to say, okay, you don't want to have a stroke and ways to prevent ever having one, what would you say?
So the first thing I would say is go to your doctor, first of all, to get the things that you can control under control. So just because you don't know that you have high blood pressure or diabetes or high cholesterol doesn't mean you don't, because you've never seen a doctor. So please go get that checked. And if you do have these are things that can be managed. And so the more you can lower your risk, the more you can prevent strokes. Majority of strokes are preventable, which is good news, but you have to know about these problems in order to do something about them to prevent them. So quitting smoking is another huge one. If you can quit smoking, ask your friends and family for help, or your doctor if you need medication to help. Smoking is a huge risk for stroke. And then, also watching your diet and, exercise, the normal things to stay healthy. Making sure, what you're putting into your mouth is what's best for your brain health and your heart health and your blood vessel health. And then, of course, avoiding drug use is another one. There are a lot of different drugs out there that can worsen your risk for stroke. So I would say definitely, A is to go to the doctor and work on these risk factors and do all the things that you can do to prevent the stroke. And then the other thing is, if you have one, please go to the ER immediately. There are medications, there are things that we can do, and the faster we do them, the better for your brain long term, the more likely that you can get some of your functioning back. Because, once the damage is done to your brain, the only thing left we can do is to try to prevent further damage and try to encourage your brain to, recover as much as possible.
You've said a lot during this interview, Dr. Yang. Where can we get this information? Is there someplace online where we can go?
So the CDC has, some information on strokes, some basic information, some statistics, especially about, this area, the stroke belt, and, in general. But I mean, your greatest resource is going to be to see your doctor and talk to them specifically about, your personal risk factors and your personal medical history.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then remember FAST, face, arms, speech, and time. Such a good acronym to remember. Dr. Yang, we appreciate your time, and thanks very much. Very informative. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
It is Wednesday, May the 10th, and our rain chances are going up as we go through the afternoon. We're looking at about a 60% chance between noon and 3, and off and on rain chances. Maybe a few thunderstorms will continue as we go into the late evening hours. This morning, we have the rain that's lifting off from parts of central Mississippi. Now, as we go into the afternoon, we'll see more scattered showers and storms continue to develop, especially in the early afternoon hours. Through late afternoon, it's going to go from south to north, so temperatures are going to be quite different depending on your location, but we're looking for heavy rain, gusty wind and lightning. Not a big severe threat with this. We'll see it move off to the north by 6 p.m. and then just some lingering showers as we go through midnight tonight. Most of that ends tomorrow morning, but another batch comes through as we go through the day tomorrow. Scattered showers and storms approaching from Arkansas and will continue to move off to the east as we go through tomorrow evening. So a couple of different rounds of showers and storms, and that means we could pick up 1 to 1.5, maybe 2 inches of rain over eastern Arkansas, about a ½ inch to an inch east of Memphis as we go through the next couple of days. We'll keep you posted, as always, on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. You can track it yourself using the live radar, so be sure and check that out. 86 degrees today. Look for a 60% chance of rain by this afternoon. So we start with clouds and sun, end with some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Now, temperatures probably going to be all over the place, but a little bit warmer West Tennessee because it will take a little longer for the showers and storms to get to you, so mid to upper 80s there. But low to mid 80s across much of North Mississippi with showers or storms beginning earlier in the day, and you can see low 80s across much of eastern Arkansas as well. So not as hot as yesterday, even though we did hit 90 for the first time yesterday. Probably not quite that hot over the next few days. We'll see about a 60% chance again on Thursday with that second round coming through. Then only a 30% chance, so a 1 in 3 shot of seeing a shower or storm through the weekend. And temperatures back in the upper 80s, maybe near 90 in a few spots Saturday or Sunday, and then they back down again with rain chances going up for Monday of next week.
All right, check it out here. Top 10 Teen Fest 2023, May 13th. That's this weekend from 12 until 4 at Memphis Botanic Garden. Wow, check that out. Okay, let's bring in someone to talk more about this event. Corey Brown, City of Memphis Player Park Manager, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Corey, good morning to you. First off, what is a Player Park Manager?
Well, I put on different events around the city for our Memphis parks. As you know, we have over 180 developed parks around Memphis, so we just try to come up with ways to program in all those parks around the city.
I got you. Okay, appreciate that. So tell us about Teen Fest 2023. What is that?
So Teen Fest, this is our second year doing it. So Teen Fest is designed to give young artists the opportunity to display their musical talent throughout music. It could be rapping, singing, playing an instrument, just give them the chance to perform on a bigger scale.
Okay, and so this is Top 10 Teen Fest 2023 finalists. So tell us what people can expect if they check it out, and is it free? What's up?
Yeah, so we narrowed it down to the top 10. So the contestant has to actually upload the video, and their peers got to vote on it. So we took the top 10 to actually put on a concert for their peers in the park. And we also have a headliner, Robin X, Jessica Ray, and NLE Chopper will be headlining the event.
Excellent. Okay. All right. And so we're talking about all kinds of different music and different entertainment, right?
Yes, sir. So we have some singers, we have some rappers, we have people playing the instruments. So if you want to come out and enjoy a good time to see local artists to perform, Saturday is the place to be at the Botanic Garden.
All right, Saturday, May 13th from 12 until 4, Memphis Botanic Garden there at the Amphitheater, the Top 10 Teen Fest 2023. And you mentioned the City of Memphis has done this before, and tell me how it went.
Well, last year was our first year doing it, and we had a great turnout. We was at Robert Church Park downtown, and the headliner we had for that was Frisco Trey, and the kids came out, they performed, put on a great show, and the winners from last year actually got to perform with Gary Orn and the Grizzly Band at a Grizz game, so it was very awesome.
It sounds like it. And, you know, there's always been that complaint that there's not enough things for kids to do. Well, here it is. Here's the thing. There's something for you to do with the kids, with teenagers, Saturday, May 13th from 12 to 4 at Memphis Botanic Garden. Corey Brown, we appreciate your time. Thanks so very much.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, you got it. All right. So there is. School safety in the state of Arkansas, it has become a priority, no question about it. Hayden Savage from one of our sister stations shares what one school district in northeast Arkansas is doing to make sure that students are safe there. Let's take a look.
Students walking into their classrooms at the Lawrence County School District in Walnut Ridge will be a little safer next school year.
We've been studying this for some time about safe rooms.
The in-classroom safe rooms are a new concept to schools in the state, as only a handful have installed them.
A couple schools in Arkansas that had this, and we went and visited equipment, and they put in a steel barrier in the classrooms to protect their students during a potential tornado and potentially active shooter.
Superintendent Terry Belcher and other school staff visited Quitman School District to view the rooms before making the move to purchase them.
There's a door that locks themselves in with a pin. It's high enough for small children can't lock themselves in the room, and they can, in case something happened, they can get out of their desk and be in the back of that room in about 35 seconds.
These rooms have features to keep students comfortable in the event something does happen, but they aren't intended to be used for long periods.
There's air in there, there's a light in there. They're not meant to be in there hours. It's to, during the time a tornado can get through here and out, and then protect the students in case there were an intruder in the building.
The units will be installed in K-8 classrooms right now, which will cost the school right around $1 million.
When we had our millage about 3 or 4 years ago, one of the things we had put in there, if we had enough finances to do some type of safety room for our children, we now have enough finances to get started and put these in the classroom.
These rooms not only bring safety to students, but also peace of mind to parents. Middle school teacher and parent Travis Fleming said this is something he's glad to see.
Safe rooms in the classroom is going to be a great thing. Kids will be safe in a matter of seconds rather than minutes walking to another building. So if anything were to happen, they're right there available, and I think that's a really great thing.
Fleming's son is a 5th grader at Walnut Ridge. He said he trusts in the school's ability to keep his child safe, but it eases his mind knowing there are extra precautions being installed.
Even though he's right there with me, I don't have to worry about him. He's in another classroom. I know if anything were to happen, that he's safe, and I'm with my kids in class, and they're safe, so.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Inflation and interest rates, they are still running hot, leaving many consumers hesitant to spend money on items and activities that they truly love. And there's also concerns of a recession, if we're headed towards one, if we're in one right now. Let's bring in a smart shopping expert, Trey Bodge, to talk more about consumers and their spending habits, what they're concerned about. Trey, good morning. Let's talk about the latest spending trends and the challenges that Americans face right now.
So thank you so much for having me. This is such an important topic. Obviously, as you said, inflation continues to arise, and what we are seeing right now is a bit of a spending slowdown year over year, and then from March over February, month over month. Consumers are keeping their wallets a little bit closer. They're spending less. But of course, at the same time, we're heading into summer. We're wanting to travel. We have all these gifts to give, Mother's Day, Father's Day, grads, weddings. And so it's a tough time because consumers want to spend, but may not have the money to do so. And we're obviously avoiding debt as well because debt is more expensive. So it's a little bit of a tricky time financially for many Americans.
Yeah, no question about it, Trey. And I was just going to ask you, we got Mother's Day this weekend. Next month, we have Father's Day. Got a couple graduates in my family, got to get gifts for. How do we stay on budget with all this stuff?
So that is a great question, and that is really the key point here. We want to stay on budget. So I would suggest taking a couple minutes and taking a look at your budget, seeing if there's wiggle room, and then getting a sense of how much you can spend per person, and then planning your gift giving accordingly. The other thing that I would say is look for ways to save. Because this is such a big gift giving time, a lot of retailers will be offering sales. And so you should take advantage of looking at your favorite deal site to see if you can maybe get a coupon or earn some cash back. And then also don't ignore your memberships. You might have discounts coming that you don't even know are there. So for example, if you're an AARP member and you haven't bought some flowers for mom yet, there are amazing discounts with FTD. You can save 25% site-wide right now. And there are ways to save additionally on select bouquets by using code AARP30 or AARP30 $40 to save on select bouquets. So by taking those extra steps, you can save significantly.
I like those ideas, memberships, coupons, that sort of thing. What about celebrations? Going out and trying to fight the crowds on Mother's Day is something that nobody wants to be a part of. And I understand that maybe celebrating at home might be a better option. Tell me more.
Yeah, so I love that. I mean, I am not one to go out and fight the crowds on Mother's Day either. And obviously, sometimes there's a prefix menu and there aren't things on there that everyone wants. And so I say celebrate at home. And a great way to do that is to do it collaboratively with the people around you. Have a potluck. Everyone loves to show off their favorite or their famous cookie recipe or their chili recipe. Have everyone bring something. And that obviously impacts the amount of time that you're spending to plan, and also the amount that you're spending as well financially. So that's a really good way to lighten the load and have a great time at the same time.
So after we get all this, Mother's Day, Father's Day, graduations, we're still trying to keep to that budget, stick to it as much as possible. And sometimes your health and health checkups might get in the way of that, or at least you don't want to initially spend for something like that. How can we stay on the budget but yet still pay attention to our health to keep it at optimal levels?
Right. So throughout the pandemic, so many people stopped going to the doctor. Obviously, we were afraid to for a while, and then we just kind of put those things on the back burner. So I'm suggesting to everyone to get back on that schedule, get your regular checkups, because obviously health problems are more expensive than being healthy, right? And then I would also say, if you're interested in maybe getting your hearing checked or your eyes checked, these are very important things as well. And if you happen to be an AARP member, there are ways to save on both of those areas. So believe it or not, there are ways to save on your healthcare as well. And so you really want to keep up with those appointments and then make sure to get your hearing and eyes checked at the same time.
Anything else, Trey, before we let you go? This has been some great ideas and suggestions for people.
Yeah, so the last thing that I would say, because interest is so high, it's really important to try to avoid credit card debt, because debt becomes more expensive when the interest rates are high. So try to stay within your budget when you're buying these gifts or hosting these gatherings, and you'll be much better for it.
All right, Trey Baj, a smart shopping expert there. We really appreciate you joining us here on the Digital Desk. Thanks for the recommendations and suggestions. Appreciate it. Thanks
so much for having me.
We are always talking about cybercrime, ways to protect yourself, identity theft, scammers that are out there. It's certainly something that you have to be cognizant of, vigilant of, no question about it. It's constantly changing, and the scammers out there are always trying to find new ways to either get your personal information or get your money. Let's bring in an expert here from Cisco Security. We got Dave Lewis on the Digital Desk, Global Advisory to Cisco Security. Dave, let's talk about the issue of cybercrime and what do people need to know about the current threats that are out there. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me. So some of the current threats that we're seeing out of our Talos intelligence group at Cisco are that in the last quarter, attackers have been going after healthcare organizations, hospitals, and things to that effect, trying to gain access to those environments, as well the typical pieces that we see that continue on as well are ransomware as in phishing attacks in addition to that.
Okay, so what about the most persistent cyber threats? You mentioned a lot of companies there. What about for individuals?
So for the individual, the piece that you have to be aware of are the phishing email attacks. These are emails that'll show up, usually promising something that is a lure that most people would click on thinking, oh, okay, I want that. So it's like a $200 gift card for some particular retailer. In actuality, that is a lure to get somebody to click a link that will, unbeknownst to them, install malicious software on their system or give the attacker remote access to the system or steal passwords. So, the user has to be vigilant about those. In the past, those emails were very easy to spot because they were poorly written and horribly crafted. But now the attackers have really upped their game. So you have to exercise a level of due diligence and say, is this really something that I'm expecting? Is this too good to be true? So if you apply that sort of rationale, you'll probably put yourself in a much better position.
We're hearing all the time about AI, artificial intelligence, and the negative consequences of it. And artificial intelligence is in almost everything these days. How is artificial intelligence trying to breach our identity theft and is a part of cybercrime?
I would say we're a little ahead of our skis on that particular aspect. I think that, yes, in the future, that will be a real and present danger. But currently, now it is very limited in scope, especially when we look at stuff like ChatGPT, which is not AI, it's machine learning. These are different pieces that, yes, have tangible benefits if they're used in the right way. And ultimately, the attackers will make use of them in the future. But it's a little bit premature for us to go down that road just yet. But keeping in mind that that will eventually be an issue.
Oh, yeah, I bet. No question about it. I mean, I'm sure you're like me. I mean, you hear all the time about artificial intelligence, AI, and some of the negative concerns that people have when it comes to AI. I understand that there is a Cisco Cybersecurity Readiness Index. Tell me what that is.
Well, this is an excellent report where we polled security professionals from around the planet and got their perspective on how they saw their own security practice and where they saw themselves from a maturity aspect as it pertained to their practice. And the really telling piece of this was that 15% of organizations saw themselves as being in a mature state. And what that means is if there's a cyber incident or a cybersecurity attack, that they feel that they would be able to resiliently get through it and be okay on the other side of it. Most of the other organizations fall in the middle of the pack where they're working very hard to get up to speed, and they are going to definitely need help to get there. So they're definitely getting to a better place overall.
So, Dave, we have thousands of people watching us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. If you were to give maybe 3 bullet points right there, some tips and ways people can protect themselves, where would you start?
Well, first off, arm yourself with information. And what I mean by that is look at your credit card statements, your bank statements, look for anomalous behavior. Because if an attacker is able to breach a website and steal credit cards, they're going to test them to see if they're valid. There'll be a $1 or a $2 transaction from a vendor you've never heard of, which, most credit card companies are very good about finding these things, but sometimes they do get through. So you want to look for this anomalous behavior. As well, you want to make sure that your laptops, your desktops, your mobile devices are all patched to current. The security patches are coming out for a reason, so you need to apply them. And the last piece of that would be moving away from passwords because it has limited utility. It's a control, but not a security control. So if you lock your house in the morning, go to work, and you lose your key, and somebody finds it and they know it's your key, they can gain access to your house, and the house doesn't know any better. If you're using multi-factor authentication, the attacker finds the key, they try to get in, the house knows enough to say, you're not supposed to be there, I'm not letting you in. So when you frame it like that, it's about reducing risk and fundamentally making it that much more difficult for the attackers and criminals to gain access to your information. You don't want to make it any easier for them than it already is.
We've said a lot during this interview, Dave. Where can people go to get some of these tips and various information?
Well, you can check us out at cisco.com/go/readiness-index. So our report is there, as well as lots of other information that you could drill down on and learn more about. As well, you can also reach out to us because we're there to be your trusted partner at Cisco.
All right, Dave Lewis, Global Advisory, Cisco Security. We appreciate you and appreciate this conversation, man. Thanks. All right, college AP exams start May 1st. Do you remember taking those AP exams? They really do matter. A lot of people say, they don't matter. No, they do. And it's a big deal, and it's something that we should talk about with our friend David Blowbaum joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Now, we knew David way back when, but he has gone national now. He's a recognized expert in the entrance exam, college admission industry. He's the Director of Outreach for the National Test Prep Association. David, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. How are you?
Thanks. Doing great. It's great to be here. And actually, Angela's segment also applies to high school students, so they definitely need to check their social media as well.
Oh, yeah, Angela's fantastic, and I agree with you. Yeah, you can apply that in so many different ways. But, the AP exams, I start they start May 1st. So I've had kids that are dealing with that, and they've dealt with that in the past. What do you tell people? Because a lot of you go, well, they don't matter, but they really do, don't they?
Yes, so they matter in some ways that students don't think about because they're in high school and it matters for college. So there's three main ways that AP exams help students. So if you can get AP credit in college, then you can take fewer courses in college and have an easier time, or you can potentially graduate early and save money, or you can get rid of those core requirements early and then take more advanced classes in your interests. The less important usage of them is for admissions and actually getting accepted to the schools. It's really only the top schools that look at AP exam scores like that, but that's a consideration as well. And students just need to keep in mind, they're like any other tests. Preparation is key, but they can succeed.
That is a great breakdown of why it's so important. I mean, various reasons here. Fewer courses, get to graduate early, maybe an opportunity to take some other advanced courses. No, that's great. That's great. What do parents need to know when it comes to studying for these exams? I know that the studying can be overwhelming at times for some students.
Yeah, so the best way to do that prep is hopefully they're doing it in school, but students should be taking released AP exams and seeing how they're doing on those released exams. And then, if it's AP chemistry, seeing what topics did they miss, and then just making sure that they go to their teacher at school, or they learn those topics on their own, or they enlist the help of a good tutor who will actually help them learn those topics.
Fantastic. I always enjoyed our conversations early on, David, when we talked about the SAT and the ACT, because there's so much emphasis on that, although there have been some colleges that have kind of excluded that in their admissions process, or so they say. I've asked this question before, but I think it's an important question to ask again. When it comes to your students who are getting ready for college admissions, should they take the SAT or the ACT? Which one should they take, and why should they take it?
Yeah, so there has been a lot of confusion about it. And there are some schools that are test blind, meaning they won't even look at your SAT, ACT results, even if you send them. But that's only 6% of schools in the country. 88% of schools in the country are what's called test optional, which means they're inviting you to send your SAT and ACT scores because they still care about SAT and ACT scores. And so good scores will always help a student's chances of admission, more merit aid, and scholarships. So the tests really are still advantageous, and students should take a practice exam or potentially the real exam of either, because you can pick and choose which test dates you want to send into colleges. So there's no downside to taking the real test. But once you figure out which test is the best for you, you can just keep taking that until you hit your score goal. You want to finish by November 1st of your senior year, because that's when early application deadlines for early decision and early action deadlines are for most colleges. So for the SAT, students can still take the May, June, August, and October SATs. For the ACT, they can still take the June, July, September, and October tests. So plenty of opportunities.
Should students go into it with a goal? I know with my kids, and they're past this process now. We had a goal that 30 on the ACT. That was our goal. If you can get 30 or above, we will reward you with a financial stipend. But is that a good idea? I mean, I guess you really got to know your child and what motivates them to do well, right?
So that's a fantastic idea. And there's two ways to break that down. You can look up the schools that you're applying to, and a lot of them will just have a chart of, if you get this score and have this GPA, which the GPA limits are much easier to hit. So basically, if you hit this SAT or ACT score, we're going to give you this much money per year, maybe $10,000, $15,000. So definitely look up on the school's websites, can I get money for a certain score? So that's for getting money. Then there's the admissions piece. And as far as setting a score goal for an admissions piece, I would look up all those schools again and look up their median SAT and ACT score. You want your SAT and ACT score to hit that or be above that for your scores to actually help you in admissions.
Let me ask you this. One of the last conversations we had, David, was about ChatGPT. And it's so interesting because right after we had that conversation, I saw it everywhere. Like everyone was talking about ChatGPT. So I like to say we're on the cutting edge here on the digital desk with you. How has that changed the test, if it has at all?
So speaking of the cutting edge, the last time we talked about it, it was version 3. Now, version 4 just came out a few weeks ago. It's changed everything again. And I should preface this with, I'm not encouraging students to do this because they shouldn't be doing this. But what students are doing now that version 4 is out is version 4 can almost perfectly copy the writing style of any writing that you put into it. So what students are doing is they're taking the essays of students who have been admitted to top colleges, they're inputting those essays and then saying, write my application essay in that style. And Johns Hopkins, for instance, on their website, which they should really remove, there's over 40 essays that worked. And so students can literally just put, I tried it out, and they can just put that into ChatGPT, say, write this essay for me, and in under a minute, they will get a top 1% essay. So if colleges don't adapt, they're really in trouble. They really need to do either proctored essays or interviews or do something to guarantee authentic content from their applicants.
That really sounds very scary and a big issue they need to address ASAP. You know, I would think, David, that they would kind of highlight it when it comes to, you know, the ACT or the SAT. Got to do the essay, of course, in person. But wow, for an application, I don't know how you make sure it's authentic.
I completely agree. And the SAT, unfortunately, actually discontinued its essay, and the ACT still has its essay, but no one needs to take it because colleges don't even look at it. So I really think that they need to rethink that, because right now they don't have any verified content from applicants. And to be honest, this was already a problem. I mean, you can Google, write my application essays for me, and there's a million firms that are out there to write your essays for you. Again, students should not do that, but it was always provided basically to the wealthy. The irony is ChatGPT has now allowed everyone to cheat. It's democratized cheating, which is wrong, but hopefully it will be enough to push colleges to actually fix the problem that already existed, and it's just much larger now.
Wow, interesting stuff. Very cutting edge as always, David. Thank you for that. What else can we talk about with regards to AP exams, SAT, ACT, that whole process that we haven't talked about already?
And one thing to put on people's radar is that next year, the SAT is changing from its current format from a 3-hour paper exam into a 2-hour digital exam that's going to be adaptive. So it's actually a good change, but for any families who have a sophomore right now, they need to be aware that in the middle of their child's junior year, that SAT is going to completely change. So the current SAT is only going to be offered until December 2023. The next SAT that's offered is in March of 2024. Very different test. So students should not start prepping for the current SAT unless they know that they'll be done by December if they're going to be a junior next year, or they should take the ACT. So something to consider.
Dumb question. How does the 2-hour digital exam differ from what the exam is now?
It's a great question. So the math and grammar are basically the same, but it's the reading that's going to change. And instead of being, a long reading passage and then maybe 10 questions on that reading passage, students will only get one short passage and then one question on that short passage. So no more long passages. There's also just more reasoning questions and some actually cool questions. I actually think that they did a good job on the remake, but this first year of students will unfortunately be guinea pigs for the new test.
Yeah, that's wild. I always enjoy talking with you because you know what's coming and you know like where we are in terms of testing and maybe how to get an edge and what students and parents need to know about. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, David? This has been great, very helpful.
Thank you. Just if families would like a vetted list of the best tutors, they can head to nationaltestprep.org, and we would be happy to, help you find the best tutors in your area.
Awesome, David Blowbaum. We really appreciate your expertise and your thoughts and all that valuable information you're sharing with so many people here in Memphis and across the Mid-South. Thanks very much.
My pleasure.
It is Wednesday, May the 10th, and our rain chances are going up as we go through the afternoon. We're looking at about a 60% chance between noon and 3, and off and on rain chances. Maybe a few thunderstorms will continue as we go into the late evening hours. This morning, we have the rain that's lifting off from parts of central Mississippi. Now, as we go into the afternoon, we'll see more scattered showers and storms continue to develop, especially in the early afternoon hours. Through late afternoon, it's going to go from south to north, so temperatures are going to be quite different depending on your location, but we're looking for heavy rain, gusty wind and lightning. Not a big severe threat with this. We'll see it move off to the north by 6 p.m. and then just some lingering showers as we go through midnight tonight. Most of that ends tomorrow morning, but another batch comes through as we go through the day tomorrow. Scattered showers and storms approaching from Arkansas and will continue to move off to the east as we go through tomorrow evening. So a couple of different rounds of showers and storms, and that means we could pick up 1 to 1.5, maybe 2 inches of rain over eastern Arkansas, about a ½ inch to an inch east of Memphis as we go through the next couple of days. We'll keep you posted as always on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. You can track it yourself using the live radar, so be sure and check that out. 86 degrees today. Look for a 60% chance of rain by this afternoon. So we start with clouds and sun, end with some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Now temperatures probably going to be all over the place, but a little bit warmer West Tennessee because it will take a little longer for the showers and storms to get to you, so mid to upper 80s there. But low to mid 80s across much of North Mississippi with showers or storms beginning earlier in the day, and you can see low 80s across much of eastern Arkansas as well. So not as hot as yesterday, even though we did hit 90 for the first time yesterday. Probably not quite that hot over the next few days. We'll see about a 60% chance again on Thursday with that second round coming through. Then only a 30% chance, so a 1 in 3 shot of seeing a shower or storm through the weekend, and temperatures back in the upper 80s, maybe near 90 in a few spots Saturday or Sunday, and then they back down again with rain chances going up for Monday of next week.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, I have got a really cool story for you, and this is as we begin to celebrate Moms and Mother's Day, almost exactly 91 years after Amelia Earhart's first transatlantic flight. There was a FedEx pilot duo that was very, very unique. A mother-daughter duo made history as the only mother-daughter team to ever co-pilot an international flight. And guess what? We are on the cutting edge here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have that mother-daughter duo with us right now on the digital desk. We have Terry Eidson and Nicole McAllister joining us, and through the advent of technology, we got Terry down in Florida, Nicole in Anchorage, Alaska. Both of them fly for FedEx, Memphis-based shipping giant. Ladies, good morning. I'm so glad you're with us this morning. First off, I'll start with you, Terry.
Good morning.
Tell me what it was like having this moment, and did you know you were making history when you were flying with your daughter?
I did not realize it at that when we first were paired together, but as it started growing and kind of becoming its own story, Yeah, before we left, we realized that, and I didn't realize the connection with the 91 year before Amelia Earhart. So, since Amelia Earhart did her transatlantic flight, so it came to fruition kind of quickly, but yeah, it was exciting. We were thrilled to be able to mark that moment in history.
It's really cool. I mean, it's really neat. When I was looking at this interview and when we were going to be talking, I was like, oh, this is awesome. I love it. I love it. Nicole, over to you. Tell me about the experience when you realized, this was a history in the making here, a journey where you took, I should say, to South Korea. You left Memphis, the Memphis hub, and you went 14 hours, 30 minutes to South Korea. Tell me what it was like for you, Nicole, and has your mom always been a role model?
It was an honor to be a part of the flight, and she has. My mom, ever since I was young, has always been there for me, and I recall when I was really little, even on the place or going out to the playground, my mom would be the parent that was active with us, and she was there on the swings with us and going around and just playing with us, even though other parents were sitting on the benches, reading their books, kind of doing their own thing. My mom was always hands-on. And throughout the years, she continued to be like that. And I have just had the best childhood and the best support as an adult from my mom. And there's so many different ways that I've looked up to her as a role model. So, and now as a mom myself, I lean real heavily on her and call her a lot to ask what to do for my son. And it's incredible to have that support. And then not only have that from my mother, but then to be able to say in my career field, hey, I've come across this with flying. What would you recommend? Or, hey, I'm concerned about this. What would you do? And I can get experience and guidance from her in all aspects. And that's just incredible.
Yeah, it really is amazing. And you both fly 777s with FedEx, which is it tells me you're very accomplished pilots. But I want to stay with you, Nicole, for a brief moment. Tell me about your upbringing a little bit. I mean, where did you grow up? I understand you went into the Air Force, and then how did you get connected? And did you ever think, wow, maybe I could get on a flight with my mom?
Well, actually, I remember when I was born in Colorado, but then we moved to Tennessee when both my parents working with FedEx as pilots. And so my mom, we were in Germantown, Tennessee growing up, and she had taken me to a few of their Christmas parties, FedEx's Christmas parties at the old Falcon building. And so I grew up with FedEx and have always seen purple in the household. So love the company. And as I was older, I started working towards my private pilot certificate and my instrument. And when I was on my instrument, I started realizing that training in aviation is very expensive. And so my mom was like, well, hey, FedEx could probably help with that. You should look into working with FedEx. So I started working with FedEx as a courier and driving around with them and going to the sort and throwing around boxes too. And they helped pay for my instrument rating. And after that, through a scholarship and education promotion that they endorsed at the time. And then after that, I realized it was going to be significantly more expensive. And so my mother was like, well, let me reach out to some people. Let me talk to some people. And she found some contacts through military. And she said, this might be a really good path. And so her and my father both had some contacts for me. And I reached out, and several people along the way helped me. And it was incredible. So I was able to get my foot in the door with military and started flying and training with the UPT program, undergrad pilot training, and was hired on with the Alaska Air National Guard up in Fairbanks, Alaska. Flew the KC-135 and knew I wanted to get on with FedEx, so started flying regionals and then got on with FedEx. So it was a really neat path. And
that sounds
FedEx
like
is a great company. I'm excited.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. You got the roots here in the Mid-South. Terry, I want to ask you this because I found it really interesting, Terry, that you started out in aviation as a flight attendant and then you pursued your career as a pilot. Tell me about that because I would think, you know, there weren't too many female pilots at the time that you raised your hand and said, hey, I want to be a pilot, and then being this kind of role model for your daughter. That's pretty special, I would think.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And it has been wonderful. It's been a wonderful path. But truth be told, I did not start out as a flight attendant. I started out as a skydiver. When I was young, I was a little girl in Australia, and we lived in the approach end of the airport there. And I looked up, and at the time in the 60s, that's what little girls would, inspired to do if they wanted to get into aviation. The idea of being a pilot wasn't an option. But so when I was little, I thought I wanted to be a flight attendant. I never did become a flight attendant, but I ended up flying corporate, and I had actually worked for FedEx as a handler in the hub in Memphis as well. But when I got older, I realized I could be a pilot. I could be the pilot that flies these airplanes. Back in the 60s, girls didn't get to have that as an option for commercial aviation. So it was that moment that I thought I wanted to do that kind of got me into aviation. Then I realized I think I could fly these too. So that was an option that I looked into and started pursuing that.
Amazing stuff. I love it. And so we mentioned this off the top that you went on April 27th, which is almost exactly 91 years after Amelia Earhart's first transatlantic flight. Looking back at this history and looking back at what this means, I mean, in the simplest terms, Terry, I mean, you were being a great role model for your daughter. Obviously, she's followed in your footsteps. I mean, what does that do for the inside? How does that make you feel?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, initially when she said that she wanted to get in aviation, I'm like, are you sure? I think you'd make a great lawyer. But I just wanted to make sure she wasn't doing it because that's what we do. And I wanted her to be her own person. And she first started looking into law, and then she said, I think I really want to be a pilot. I'm like, okay. So that was the path that she decided to pursue, and she's done great. I mean, she hasn't taken the easy way, and she's worked very, very hard for what she has.
Fantastic. Well, ladies, you are inspiring so many people here and anyone who watches this. Very inspirational story. I'll leave the last word to both of you. Terry, you go first. What do you want to say as we approach Mother's Day and having this story out there and anything you would like to say to others that are perhaps aspiring pilots?
Go for your dreams. Go for it. And moms rock. I mean, you don't have to be a pilot. You don't have to be, an executive. You can be whatever you want to be. You can be a stay-at-home mom. You can do whatever you want to do. You don't have to do, label yourself. So happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. And it's a tough job, but it's definitely worth it. The mothers, whatever you choose to do as a career, being a mom comes first.
And Nicole, you are a mom to a 1-year-old boy. Anything else you want to say about this and about this momentous occasion?
It's been an honor. Like my mom was saying, being a mom is hard work, but it's incredible, and I'm starting to learn that. And I'm just so honored that I had the opportunity and that FedEx was able to give us this opportunity to fly together so she could see all the years of support and what she's done to help me kind of cultivate to a flight together. And for us to be able to have that experience is just incredible. And so on this Mother's Day, Mom, I love you lots. I'm really proud of you. And I'm really glad to have a role model like you and hope that I can mirror those skills that you've taught me over the years for my son. And to all the moms out there, and it's like sometimes it feels like hard work. And I think sometimes we do mom shame where we feel like we need to do better or we're not doing everything we can. But if you're loving your child and being there for them, then you're doing it and you're doing great. And that's awesome. And so happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there.
Man, you guys are the sweetest. Wow. Good stuff. Ladies, I really appreciate both of you. Happy Mother's Day to both of you, and Daughters Rock too. And just really appreciative of both of you joining us on the digital desk. Thanks so much, and have a great Mother's Day to you both.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Great morning.
You too. Thank you.
It is Wednesday, May the 10th, and our rain chances are going up as we go through the afternoon. We're looking at about a 60% chance between noon and 3, and off and on rain chances. Maybe a few thunderstorms will continue as we go into the late evening hours. This morning, we have the rain that's lifting off from parts of central Mississippi. Now, as we go into the afternoon, we'll see more scattered showers and storms continue to develop, especially in the early afternoon hours. Through late afternoon, it's going to go from south to north, so temperatures are going to be quite different depending on your location, but we're looking for heavy rain, gusty wind and lightning. Not a big severe threat with this. We'll see it move off to the north by 6 p.m. and then just some lingering showers as we go through midnight tonight. Most of that ends tomorrow morning, but another batch comes through as we go through the day tomorrow. Scattered showers and storms approaching from Arkansas, and will continue to move off to the east as we go through tomorrow evening. So a couple of different rounds of showers and storms, and that means we could pick up 1 to 1.5, maybe 2 inches of rain over eastern Arkansas, about a ½ inch to an inch east of Memphis as we go through the next couple of days. We'll keep you posted, as always, on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. You can track it yourself using the live radar, so be sure and check that out. 86 degrees today. Look for a 60% chance of rain by this afternoon. So we start with clouds and sun, end with some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Now, temperatures probably going to be all over the place, but a little bit warmer West Tennessee because it will take a little longer for the showers and storms to get to you, so mid to upper 80s there. But low to mid 80s across much of North Mississippi, with showers or storms beginning earlier in the day, and you can see low 80s across much of eastern Arkansas as well. So not as hot as yesterday, even though we did hit 90 for the first time yesterday. Probably not quite that hot over the next few days. We'll see about a 60% chance again on Thursday with that second round coming through. Then only a 30% chance, so a 1 in 3 shot of seeing a shower or storm through the weekend, and temperatures back in the upper 80s, maybe near 90 in a few spots Saturday or Sunday, and then they back down again with rain chances going up for Monday of next week.
All right, check it out. Memphis in May has begun, and one of the best things about Memphis in May, the Memphis Greek Festival. Absolutely. It's coming up, not this weekend, next weekend, May 12th, May 13th. That's Mother's Day weekend, but don't worry. Mother's Day has its own day. It's Sunday. We got Friday and Saturday, though, for you to go to the Greek island on Highland, and so many great things to see at the Memphis Greek Festival. One of the best things to see is Kathy Zambella. She's always there. She's always happy and festive. She's joining us on the digital desk. Kathy, good morning. How are you?
Oppa, I'm doing awesome. How are you?
Doing great, my friend. So great to talk to you and talk about the Memphis Greek Festival. We are excited, and I know that Memphis and the Mid-South's very excited because this is one of the best festivals of the year, and I think if there are people that maybe haven't gone in a while, or perhaps some that are new to town, they've never been at all, go ahead and give us just kind of a rundown of what people can expect when they go there.
You know, you can expect just to be embraced by our beautiful Greek Orthodox community. We love feeding people. We love our Greek music. We love our dancing. We love our faith. We want people to go into our gorgeous sanctuary for the beautiful church tours by our Father Simon. And we want to let everybody know, come be Greek for 2 days. Next Friday and Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. We have free shuttles. We want you to park, either at the Poplar Plaza Shopping Center or at Life Church on Highland. We will drop you off right at that front gate. Bring 3 canned goods because we're partnering with the Mid-South Food Bank, and we want to fill that truck up to help all of the people of the Mid-South. Then come into our church, go into the wonderful dining hall. We're going to have wonderful, delicious Greek chicken rigonato, pork tenderloin, lamb, our huge pastry corner, our It's Greek to Me cookbook. We've got, you're talking about Mother's Day, we've got gifts for mom. So if you don't know what to get mom, come to the Greek Festival. We're going to have special Mother's Day baskets available. We have a wonderful lady that does jewelry. We're going to have Greek olive oil and spices, and our live Greek band, our wonderful Athenian dance troupe's going to be performing Friday night and again on Saturday. And we have Greek pizza and loukoumades and gyros and pastitso, moussaka, wonderful wines and beers, just everything talking about being Greek.
You know, you went down the entire the entire thing. Yes, there is something for everybody. Sometimes when I talk to people about it, I'm like, look, this is the best festival. You got to go. Sometimes people are intimidated by a couple of things. One is the parking. Where do we park? It looks so jam-packed. And I love the fact that there's a park and ride shuttle that has been set up for years where people don't have to worry about parking. We will take you there. And then the other thing is you get free admission if you just bring in 3 canned goods for the Mid-South Food Bank. I think those are 2 great opportunities for people to say, you know what, here is admission is free and you have a place to park, no issues.
Absolutely. And, the biggest thing is we do have our drive-through, and a lot of people like to come on Friday, go to the drive-through maybe through their lunch break, and they may see a special person there. I don't know, you, Andrew Douglas, and then come back on Saturday and bring the kids. It's a family event. We have the bounce house and face painting, wonderful Greek artifacts from the folks at Ole Miss at the Greek Museum there. Just so much fun.
Okay, so now I want to take a look at some of the menu that's been posted online because this is getting a lot of people in the newsroom very hungry. Let's talk about the menu a little bit.
So if we go into the fellowship hall and Conference Hall, you're going to get a choice of the chicken rigonato, the pork tenderloin, the souvlaki, or lamb, and with that comes our delicious spanakopita, the Greek green beans, the rice, the bread. And if you go on our website or in Eventbrite, you can save $5 and get the meal for $20. So that is just a great deal. If you don't know about Greek pastries, we do have a pre-pack that's already done for you. It's just you pick it up and you go. But if everybody does have some of their favorites, whether it's baklava or our colombiadas or whatever it is, we've got those pre-packed and ready to go as well. So, and outside in the menu, our wonderful gyro, the pizza's amazing. The delicious loukoumades, those are like warm honey donuts with delicious honey on the top and cinnamon powder sugar. And then our Greek lasagna, which we call pastitso, our Greek eggplant parmesan, if you will, that's called moussaka, and just so much deliciousness. And don't worry about calories. That doesn't even count at the Greek Festival because we're going to put you on the dance floor, and that's the best cardio you've ever had.
Yes, that is so great. I want to accentuate the one thing you just said where people can save $5. So we're talking about free admission by bringing 3 canned goods there, and you can save $5 on food by doing what now?
If you go to Eventbrite, and that also includes the free admission, and you'll get the choice of the chicken or the pork tenderloin meals, as well as a water bottle as well. So that's a great deal for $25 value for $20.
That's fantastic. And then you mentioned plenty of time on the dance floor to work off some of those calories. We have the Athenian dance troupe doing those folk dances. My son's involved with that, so I'm really excited to see him. It'll be his last time doing it.
I know.
And they have they have, I think, a performance on Friday and then 2 on Saturday, right?
Yeah, 6 p.m. on Friday night and then noon and 6 p.m. on Saturday. We do not want you to miss that. That is definitely a crowd pleaser. And our wonderful friend, Costa Costanis and his sons, they get into the music. We get into the music. We love sounding of the bouzouki. And it doesn't matter if you don't know how to greet dance. You just join in and, just kick your feet. That's all you need to do and be happy.
So, do we know what number festival this is? Isn't this up in the 60s, right?
64th.
64, man.
And we are 64. A well-oiled machine, my friend.
No question about it. And, the way I like to look at it is this is the original Memphis in May, because Memphis in May is 40-something years old. This is 64, right?
Yes, we squeeze in right between Music Fest and Barbecue Fest. So we feel like we're part of the Memphis in May organization.
Exactly. Kathy, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. God bless you. And really looking forward to a great weekend, May 12th and 13th at the Little Island on Highland. 573.
Absolutely. And you have to bring your opa.
Exactly. Opa. And tell us what opa means again.
Opa is just joyful. We say like ole maybe in Spanish, but if you better come and you better know it, because I'm going to ask everybody, what are you supposed to say? And everybody screams, opa.
We love you, Kathy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
It is Wednesday, May the 10th, and our rain chances are going up as we go through the afternoon. We're looking at about a 60% chance between noon and 3, and off and on rain chances. Maybe a few thunderstorms will continue as we go into the late evening hours. This morning, we have the rain that's lifting off from parts of central Mississippi. Now, as we go into the afternoon, we'll see more scattered showers and storms continue to develop, especially in the early afternoon hours. Through late afternoon, it's going to go from south to north, so temperatures are going to be quite different depending on your location, but we're looking for heavy rain, gusty wind and lightning. Not a big severe threat with this. We'll see it move off to the north by 6 p.m. and then just some lingering showers as we go through midnight tonight. Most of that ends tomorrow morning, but another batch comes through as we go through the day tomorrow. Scattered showers and storms approaching from Arkansas and will continue to move off to the east as we go through tomorrow evening. So a couple of different rounds of showers and storms, and that means we could pick up 1 to 1.5, maybe 2 inches of rain over eastern Arkansas, about a ½ inch to an inch east of Memphis as we go through the next couple of days. We'll keep you posted as always on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. You can track it yourself using the live radar, so be sure and check that out. 86 degrees today. Look for a 60% chance of rain by this afternoon. So we start with clouds and sun, end with some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Now temperatures probably going to be all over the place, but a little bit warmer West Tennessee because it will take a little longer for the showers and storms to get to you, so mid to upper 80s there. But low to mid 80s across much of North Mississippi with showers or storms beginning earlier in the day, and you can see low 80s across much of eastern Arkansas as well. So not as hot as yesterday, even though we did hit 90 for the first time yesterday. Probably not quite that hot over the next few days. We'll see about a 60% chance again on Thursday with that second round coming through. Then only a 30% chance, so a 1 in 3 shot of seeing a shower or storm through the weekend, and temperatures back in the upper 80s, maybe near 90 in a few spots Saturday or Sunday, and then they back down again with rain chances going up for Monday of next week.
Okay, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have Action News 5's Ariana Poindexter anchoring Action News 5 at midday. That is at the top of the hour. Make sure you join her for that. And then you can join us bright and early tomorrow morning for another edition of the Digital Desk. Keep in mind, the Digital Desk is now operational beginning at 7 o'clock, right after Action News 5 in the morning. So you can join us right here once again on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. New time, 7 a.m.